We are live.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody today to the August Planning Committee meeting. The Planning Committee is a subcommittee of City Council, and it is the committee that hears planning applications. And we have a number of those on our agenda this morning. So we're all going to be here for some period of time, depending on where the item is in our agenda that you're interested in. But have confidence, we'll get to everything. To the members, we have 2 members missing. So we have a bare quorum of 3, myself, you, Councillor Sluss, and Councillor McCreary. So please be mindful of that. If any of you need to take a break, we're going to lose quorum. So I do plan on taking, regular breaks to make sure that we maintain a quorum whenever the meeting is ongoing. So with that, I'm going to ask to the members that are present, does anybody have a declaration of a pecuniary interest they need to make on any of the items appearing on today's agenda? Seeing no raised hands, we'll move then into, we have 2 items on our agenda that do not require statutory hearings. So they're items for consideration consent, 6.1.1, some traffic and parking control items, and 6.2.1, which are minutes. Either of you want any of those 2 items separated for discussion purposes? No. All right. So if I can get a mover and seconder then to place the items on that have not been separated, which is essentially those 2 items, for a vote. So Councillor Sluss is moving that the items for consideration consent not separated for discussion purposes, which is 6.1 and 6.2, be approved. And you're seconding that, Councillor McCreary? All right, so I'll call the vote then on those 2 items. Yeah, we're just waiting for our voting software to come up.
All items not separated carried on a recorded vote of 3-0. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sluss, Councillor McCreary.
All right, so we'll now move into the items that most of you are here today are interested in. And those, that is the statutory public hearing portion of our agenda. And we have 4 items on today's agenda for a public meeting. And these are public meetings that are being held in accordance with the provisions of the Ontario Planning Act, which is quite specific about the procedure we follow. And so the purpose of hearings under the Act is to consider individual planning applications and to hear from the public either in support of or against the application. At the end of each public meeting or hearing, the committee will then consider a recommendation, which is then referred to Council, City Council, for a final decision at the next meeting, which is usually the last Tuesday of each month. The name of anyone who speaks in regards to any item will appear within the meeting minutes. And then if anybody wants notice of any further proceedings regarding the application that they're interested in, they should make sure that they provide their name and address to the city clerk's office. And we'd ask that members of the public in attendance today speaking to any item, please ensure that you add your contact information to the sign-in sheet if you haven't already done that. So what the procedure we follow is that the owner of the property or the applicant, they speak first or their representative, and that's then followed by municipal staff, and they then comment on the application. And then following that, members of the public. And each person that speaks has up to 10 minutes to speak, and that's including any questions that come from committee members. And then at the end of that process, the applicant then has a further 5 minutes to provide any clarification regarding any questions or issues that arise during the staff presentation or when the public speak to the matter. So with that, that's the general procedure we follow. And so we'll now move into item 4.1. And 4.1 is a zoning bylaw amendment, PZ 2622, and a draft plan of subdivision 29T 22505. And it's regarding lot 226, registered plan 1775, Donegal Drive. So I believe we'll now ask the applicant or the applicant's agent to appear before the committee, and I believe that's Scott Palandre. Yeah, so sir, you have, please, you can sit there and please tell us your name and address and confirmation that you represent the applicant, and then you'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Scott Palandre, representing G. Douglas Valley, 2 Talbot Street North in Simcoe, Ontario. So I'd like to thank the committee here. As you've indicated, we're here to discuss the zoning bylaw amendment for that property on Donegal Drive. Next slide, please. So as I said, I'm Scott Palandre. I'm a planner, land use planner with G. Douglas Valley. I'm representing the applicant, and we'll look to discuss this application today. Next slide, please. So just to give a sort of high level zoom in for the committee. So we're looking in the western part of Brantford. It's approximately a 0.6 hectare site. It's within the part of the Shellard Place subdivision, the existing subdivision that's there. And it's located at the northeast corner of Donegal Drive and St. Patrick's Drive, obviously within the city of Brantford. Next slide, please. So the proposal today is just for a holding provision to be applied to this existing block within the plan of subdivision. The intent of the holding provision is to regulate the timing of the development on the land. It's currently a vacant parcel within the existing plan of subdivision. And the idea being is it'll let us move through the development approvals process, setting the conditions for 9 additional residential lots through the subdivision process. We are additionally seeking conveyance of an easement land that exists across the back portion of the property. So I can expand on that if council does have any questions, but again, that would be handled through the subdivision process. Next slide, please. So from a high level planning overview, this block is already appropriately zoned and designated. So it's designated residential and neighborhoods, and it's zoned R1C. There's no application to seek any changes to the existing zoning on the property or the official plan designation. Currently, like I said, it's a vacant, underdeveloped block that exists within the established subdivision. The lands have basically been intended for residential use since 1992, when it was first approved by City Council. And the lots were actually pre-serviced during the construction of the surrounding subdivision. So they do have service stubs that exist to the proposed lots already. And obviously, these lots will provide some additional housing options for the city residents. Next slide, please. So just some background on this particular block. So again, like I said, it was approved by City Council in 1992 within the existing plan. Back then, these approvals were held at the provincial level. And during the draft plan of subdivision process, there were some clauses in there that required Block 226 to address some compatibility concerns with the neighboring property. The subdivision agreement between the City of Brantford and Shellard's Place Limited was registered in 1994. The lands have since remained undeveloped as additional mitigation was required to address some of those compatibility issues prior to development being permitted. So what has happened is the subdivision has been built around this block. It's remained undeveloped until the compatibility issues were addressed. And, you know, the holding provision, the intent of it, like we said, if you look at the requirements of the holding provision and what they are, they're related to a D6 compatibility analysis that's been submitted with that will be submitted during the subdivision process. to allow us to address those compatibility issues with the neighboring property. Next slide, please. So in addition to the bylaw amendment, we will be seeking a subdivision application with the city. We've included planning justification report, that D6 compatibility analysis that basically addresses the ministry's compatibility concerns. We do have a legal opinion regarding the subdivision agreement and how that agreement could be amended rather than a new agreement. We have an environmental letter of opinion due to the zoning on the back end of the property regarding the treat area there, and a functional servicing brief that shows that the development can be serviced. It's just at a high level right now, so we'll obviously get more detailed once we get into the subdivision process. Next slide, please. So what's next? So the holding provision does require peer review of the D6 compatibility analysis. So we'd work with staff to have that peer reviewed by an approved city's consultant. We'd look to review the draft plan of subdivision application with staff. We'd then seek to have either an amended or a new agreement in place for this block specifically. We'd be required to implement any recommendations of the D6 compatibility analysis once it was peer reviewed. And then obviously there's some fine tuning there of when the holding provision would be removed, but we'd seek to have that kind of once we're ready for the approval of the draft plan. So those are sort of our next steps of where we're hoping to take this, hoping that the committee has a positive recommendation today. So next slide, please. So just kind of a big recap again, like we've talked, the lands were always intended for residential use. We're just seeking now to put the lands into the appropriate use that they were intended for. They're currently vacant. We've provided supporting studies. We believe this provides an efficient use of land while being compatible with the surrounding residential land uses. We do implement the policies of the official plan as it is designated for this use, and we meet all the zoning provisions. Again, we're not seeking to change any zoning provisions. We're only seeking to apply the holding provision. And we believe this model is good planning as it will provide some additional housing options. Next slide, please. And I can obviously answer any questions that the committee or staff or members of the public may have. Thank you.
Councilor McCreary.
Chair, thank you and welcome today. What's your forecasted timeline for development of this project?
So ideally, moving through the approvals phase, we do have obviously some legislative timelines to get to, but ideally we'd like to have the subdivision approved in the spring or in the summer. And then depending on construction times, I can't really speak to construction times, but having the draft plan approved ideally by the spring or summer.
And can you say in a nutshell why you didn't proceed with this in 1992?
Why we didn't?
Yes.
I can't speak to it. I obviously the rest of the subdivision has been built up around it. I think it's just been about getting to addressing the compatibility issues, which we have done now with the D6 analysis, and which will provide the necessary mitigation between the industrial property next door and the proposed residential structures.
Now, the chicken factory next door does produce quite a nice aroma when it's cooking chicken, but apparently there are times when they're doing something in the way of a changeover or cleaning of their machinery when the odor is something other than pleasant. Has the compatibility study looked at that specific period of time, or has it looked at, the Monday through Friday, 9 till 5 type thing?
So it has taken a holistic look, and it does meet ministry standards by the engineer. He has certified that it does meet the industry standards. The specific times, I'd have to look deeper into it, and that can be part of the peer review as well.
So the peer review Maple Leaf Foods probably should be asked about their schedule for retrofitting and cleaning and doing all that stuff other than the production, which apparently produces quite an unpleasant effect in the neighborhood. So it's essential that be addressed, I think, rather than simply being on the site when they're producing their products. Okay.
Absolutely. And one of the recommendations of the D6 study is working directly with Maple Leaf Foods to take a look at that.
Now, with respect to the site, there's an existing naturalized area which appears to be on your property, which you intend to convey to City of Brantford.
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have the intention of doing any sort of clearing of that area when you get permission to proceed?
So no, there is recommendation, and this is part of the peer review and part of the working with staff through the draft plan process would be a noise barrier may or may not be required, and the exact location of where that noise barrier goes. There is a berm in that area that could be looked at as an area for putting that noise barrier itself. Talking with the city, that would be through the process. They did take a look at tree inventory requirements that may have to be included as part of that construction process of the barrier wall.
And
All right, so sorry to intervene, Councillor McCreary, but we've passed the 10 minutes. So assuming there's no objection, I'm going to rule as chair that we will extend this period of questioning until such time as both you and myself and Councillor Sless have had any questions we have answered.
Thank you.
So keep going.
Okay. The area is quite neatly maintained. The owner has been cutting that lawn every week since 1992.
Yes.
God bless him. Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
Councillor Sless.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The lot size, are the lot sizes comparable to the existing that's been developed? They haven't been shrunk. Can you hear me?
Councillor Sless, you broke up there. You're going to have to repeat that question.
I'm sorry. The lot sizes, are they comparable to the surrounding lots that have been developed?
So it's in line with the existing zoning of the surrounding area. They are in the 55 foot range for lots. So they won't be less than what the zoning provisions permit right now. So my answer would be yes, because the rest of the area is zoned R1C, which these lots are as well.
Right. No, I understand that there's a minimum, but I just, the existing lots, are they all 50 and 55 as well as what you're doing? Like, in other words, these aren't going to stand out as 9 small lots in a neighborhood.
No.
Okay, that was my concern. The other was they are all single family.
So it allows what the zoning permits. So in terms of the R1C, I'd probably turn that to staff exactly what the R1C zone permits. But they're vacant lots, and I believe the R1C does only permit single family dwellings, but I would ask you to turn that question to city staff.
Yeah. Well, my question to you is that what your proposal is, to build single family?
So right now our proposal is just to create the lots.
Okay.
There's no intent to be outside the zoning provisions.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Palander, I have a couple of questions for you. So in 1992, if I understand correctly, the province indicated that they wanted this in a holding category until such time as the industry, Maple Leaf Foods, was no longer there. Have I got that right?
Reading through the old subdivision agreement, there were clauses, yes, that restricted Block 226 from having that. But I think it's important to note that the D6 compatibility and the D6 guidelines didn't exist back then, which permit this type of development with mitigation measures to be able to reduce that sort of land use conflict between the two land uses.
And have you or anyone from your firm or anyone representing the owner been in touch with Maple Leaf Foods?
So I believe that, yes, the applicant and through the engineer that did the D6 study, they did reach out. I'm not sure to what extent they were able to have dialogue between the two. But again, part of the recommendation for the D6 analysis is to continue working with Maple Leaf Foods to try to find the best solution possible.
Okay, so I'll just tell staff I have a concern about that, so I'm hoping I can hear about Maple Leaf Foods having received notice and of this proceeding today. I don't have any other questions, so thank you very much, Mr. Polande. But of course, you'll have another 5 minutes at the end of the process if required.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we'll now move to the staff presentation. And I believe, is it Joe? Oh, Joe's virtual. All right. So we're now going to hear from our staff representative, Joe Muto. And Mr. Muto, as you know, you have a 10 minutes inclusive questions to present to us unless we should decide to extend that. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Davis, and good morning, members of committee. Joe Muto, Manager of Development Planning. I'm in the essence of keeping in time. I know we have a large agenda today with 4 public items or statutory meetings. Mr. Pollandre did a very good job summarizing the applications, and I've been listening to some of the lines of questions as well, and will be more than happy after this presentation to do my best to respond to those questions. Next slide, please. As you've heard, there are 2 applications before committee today. One is for a rezoning, and the second is for a future draft of plan of subdivision, which will implement, as discussed, the 9 single detached lots. The holding provisions, as outlined by Mr. Pollandre, to address Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks requirements under the D6 guidelines, which were basically approved by the ministry and the province after the original 1992 applications. Next slide, please. So we've all heard about the site itself. It had always been identified for nine single detached lots. It is located on the northeast side of Donegal Drive, just north of St. Patrick's Drive. There is an existing easement to the rear of the lands, and Maple Leaf Foods is located further beyond that area. The easement itself is a servicing easement located at the rear of Block 222. Next slide, please. Taking some photos here, looking along Donegal Drive from the northeast, as well as view from the subject lands looking towards Donegal Drive. Next slide, please. So there is some history here. We've heard about that as well. The former subdivision was known as Sheltered Place. It was approved through applications for a subdivision rezoning at the time, as well as an official plan amendment. And that was done in 1992. Mr. Pollandre also included that there was, at the time, there's a one-window approach where there was no delegated authority for the approval of official plan amendments or draft plans of subdivision by the municipality. That obviously has since changed. And at the time, the subdivision was approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in 1994, with the subsequent rezoning approved earlier at the November 23rd, 1992 council meeting. Next slide, please. This is a copy here of the registered plan known as 1775, with just to the far right north of the plan, the subject lands itself. Next slide, please. So in writing this report and making staff's recommendation, there is a number of development considerations that staff reviewed, looked at council's priorities, the provincial policy plan, place to grow, and the official plan. Staff also contemplated the easement, the utility easement to the rear, as well as assessing and reviewing the submitted materials, including the planning justification report, the environmental letter that was provided by the applicant, as well as the land use compatibility D6 guideline review. In assessing those documents, it was staff's recommendation to impose a holding provision on these lands and looking at and in consultation with the Grand River Conservation Authority, looked at that natural core area as well as the adjacent lands overlay. And it was concluded that there was no impacts to those lands. Through the future draft plan of subdivision conditions, staff will impose the necessary clauses and conditions at a later date once the peer reviews have been concluded for the D6 guidelines. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment, in essence, is not changing the existing zone there to date. So all the zone provisions that go along with the R1C zone are not being modified in any way. What the applicant is seeking, as Mr. Palandre said, is to add the holding provisions that will facilitate that future development of the 9 single detached lots through the implementation of the draft plan of subdivision. Next slide, please. The red line draft plan, in essence, is going to come at a later time, and that we would, staff will at that time, once it is ready, present it to council for consideration of the draft plan conditions. And then this will allow for time with the applicant to address the necessary ministry requirements and how to implement them. And that could be, for example, such things as warning clauses and building materials to ensure that the future homes are in compliance with those D6 guidelines. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, Mayor Davis and members of the committee, staff do support the rezoning for recommendation, and that the subdivision be presented at a later date, as the units themselves will contribute to a complete community support and appropriate redevelopment of an underutilized site within the city. And the proposal itself is consistent with the PPS Place to Grow and the official plan. Next slide, please. In that regard, Mayor Davis, that concludes staff's presentation. And like I said, I'd be happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple. Joe, the odor issue coming from the adjacent factory, is that registered on title, or how is a potential buyer made aware of that?
So generally how that is handled through the mayor to Councillor Sluss is through clauses, and it depends. Sometimes it's on title, but generally it's a warning clause within the purchase and sale agreement.
And would that be applicable here?
Generally, that would probably be one of the conditions that comes out of that peer review, is that we impose, that's the staff impose through the draft plan of subdivision approval, those clauses on title or within the purchase and sale agreements. Yes. Okay,
appreciate that. And the other is related, but also I guess unrelated, Joe. But more of a general question. What triggered the peer review? Was that a request of the city, or is that a legislated?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sluss, that's not legislated. Given the uniqueness of the considerations itself, such as noise, odor, vibration, light, dust, etc., we don't have any one particular staff member here within the city that would do that kind of expertise profession. So in most instances, when we're in that situation, we as staff would request that a peer review be done on behalf of city staff. And so, no, it's not a matter that comes from the province, no.
Okay, I guess the reason I asked that, Joe, is we get traffic studies all the time that they kind of have a standard clause that will have very little impact on the traffic patterns in the area where the development taking place. And yet, just looking at it, not as a trained professional in doing traffic studies, but simply as an individual looking at the traffic and saying, all those cars are going to go out onto that street and it's got to have an impact. And the neighborhood realizes that, but the traffic study says that it's not. Do we have the ability to peer review to me, when somebody has purchased a service off a company that's going to supply this, it's probably going to result in a conclusion that's favorable to the person paying the bill. And if it's not peer reviewed, then we're left with that. Can you comment on that, Joe?
Sure, I can briefly comment on that, Councillor Celeste, through the mayor. I think maybe perhaps Gary Peever's also in that room there today and may want to add on to my response. But generally speaking, Gary's group does have the professional expertise on staff already to review those impacts in the required transportation impact studies that are provided through the development submission.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you, and through you to staff. I have a bit of a concern with additional pressure that may be put on this employer next door. Staff, are we certain that Maple Leaf Foods is compliant with all Ministry of the Environment regulations as of now?
Through the mayor to Councillor McCreary, it's my understanding that they are not.
Okay. So this development then acts as a trigger for further investigation of this company?
Through the mayor to Councillor McCreary, I think that was always on the docket. It's I don't believe Maple Leaf Foods has had the pressure to do that other than any kind of compliance orders through the Ministry of the Environment that may have been required. This probably elevates it to some degree, Councillor McCreary, and as Mr. Palandre also indicated, that there has been some ongoing discussions between his consultant and Maple Leaf Foods consultant. We also know that through the public notice that Maple Leaf Foods was apprised of today's meeting and has been in consultation with planning staff as well. And we're aware of this meeting. I'm not sure if they're in the audience today or not.
I'm not either. Perhaps planning staff could provide the contact information to the mayor, to Mayor Davis, and there might be a more fulsome discussion that arises. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Joe. Those are the questions, and thank you for your comments and presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Davis.
All right, so we're now opening the floor to members of the public who would like to speak to this item. We have nobody registered virtually to speak to us. So I will ask is there any member of the public who's in attendance today that would like to speak to this particular matter, either in support of or in opposition? Then now is the time to come forward. Okay, so I see two hands raised. Ma'am, you're in the second row if you would like to come forward. So you come forward to the delegate table and you see there's a microphone there. So position yourself right in front of the microphone. Okay. Yeah, you'll have to get a little bit. Do you have one in front of you there?
I have a microphone in front of me.
Great, I can't see it. So,
It's here.
so you'll have to tell us your name and your address, and then you'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, my name is Barb Walsworth and I live at 30 Donegal Drive. So we've been chatting with the neighborhood and so forth, and we're really concerned more so with the type of homes that are going to be built here. But I just want to backtrack a little bit. Some of the questions I had down here and concerns have already been answered, which is great. I'm not fully understanding exactly what is happening with Maple Leaf Foods. Are they in the process of mitigating some of these things that might affect the environment, like the air quality and the air, and particularly the noise and the light? Like, are they in the process of doing this right now? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, so this is a planning hearing, and the intent is to hear from members of the public about this specific proposal by the landowner. I understand your concern about Maple Leaf Foods. You can tell that it's kind of an issue, but planning hearings are not like a question answer session.
Okay.
It's your opportunity to tell us what you think about this proposal of the owner.
Okay,
That particular concern, I'd strongly suggest that you raise that with your two ward councillors, Councillor Sikoli
yeah,
or Councillor Sullivan. I'm sure they'll be able to help you with that.
okay.
Okay.
That's fine, because I was just concerned about that. So our main concerns then is with regard to the type of homes that are going to be built. From what I understand, that we're just changing it to a holding position. So the original drawings that were put together, or the applicant put together with regard to what they're going to do here was, I presume, single family homes. And if that's going to go through, so once this holding is take off, then they can present their application to go ahead with, from what I understand, just developing the lots presently to get them ready for the homes. And then they have to apply for another permit to start the building itself. And at that time, I'm not too sure what kind of homes will be built. We're concerned that that could be changed, and possibly we could have condominiums or duplexes across the street from us. And that's a real concern with a lot of people. The other thing we're concerned about is the fact of the wildlife that's back in there. We have a family of deer that have been living there for 20 years. You know, we see the babies, they grow up, they come back the next year. And a lot of the other wildlife that is back there too. So we're concerned about them and what's going to happen to them as this development proceeds. We're concerned about the traffic flow. Our corner going from Donegal around the bend at the end of the development, they go like crazy, the cars. They're around that corner, and just with people coming out from their driveways and walking in the area and children playing, it's a real concern for us in that particular area. The other one, sidewalk to water. So the other ones, questions and concerns that we have probably would be better off if there was another meeting with regard to the zoning of it and what kind of buildings are going to be had. I don't know if there's going to be another public meeting with regard to that either. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Joanne is a neighbor that lives right across from the area, and I'd like her to speak to any of this too.
Well, my name is Joanne Carrier. I live at 19 Donegal. I am the original owner of the house of 23 years. I purchased it through Mr. Haggerty. And he told me at that time, as I'm signing the house deal, that through his representative, Molly Bentley, that there would be a hold, which I did check through the city hall, that there would be nothing built there unless Maple Leaf was to leave the area. I understand at this time that Maple Leaf is 24/7. It employs a lot of our residents within the community. I understood that there was a smell problem and whatnot, because I did go look at the area where I built in way before the house went up. The fact is that I was led to believe that there would be nothing built there. And as I see what's happening here with your agenda of 1992, things have been changed and so forth, and the public was not told about it when I signed that lease to buy that house. My main concern is that not only is there a problem with our wildlife, the traffic there is outrageous. We have people that are driving into the field at this present moment, knocking over transformers, which have been done in the past and probably will still be in the future. The parking aspect of that's also a big concern. Are they allowed to park on the street? That I have a really big concern, because there'll be more accidents. As opposed for the walking public, we have trails that are around there, which children and families do enjoy that field as a play area. And my other concern is, hopefully, I can't probably stop this, but my concern is that they will not be building condominiums and changing their plan. I think that's about all I have to say as a concerned citizen.
Well, let's, do you have anything else that you want to add, Barb, before I open the floor to questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, there's three of us here, and
Yeah.
I'll ask the committee members, does anybody have any questions for either Barb? Is it Joanne? Is that-
Yes,
Yeah,
it's Joanne.
Joanne. Okay. Councilor McCurry.
A little latitude, Mayor. Joanne, welcome. I love that hat. I'd like to know where you got it.
Good golfing friend of mine.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah, you're pushing the limits there in terms of road. That is a nice hat. So thank you very much. And we will be dealing with this at the committee level and probably fairly quickly once we finish this public hearing. So if you like, you can stay and watch the discussion debate that we have.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Very much.
thank you very much. So I see there was another gentleman in the back row. Yes, sir, you in the blue shirt. Please come forward. So you've seen the routine. You can state your name, your address, and then you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Mike Engel, E-N-G-E-L, and I am the owner of 17 Limerick Lane, Brantford. It is right around the corner from this property. I moved into this neighborhood in 2005. I am the second owner. I've seen the development of the area. Yes, when I first moved in, my first day of unloading into my house, Maple Leaf was making bacon and the whole neighborhood smelled great. Yeah, then the next day they were cleaning it and it wasn't so great. But over the years, on that berm that they built up there and put their trees up there, it has blocked a lot of the light and a lot of the smells. It does not smell as bad as it has. Me growing up on the outside of Hamilton in the little town of Bimbrook, I've gotten to see the advancement over there, but I grew up with the normal smells of nature of all of my neighbors who were cattle farmers and pig farmers. So a little bit of smell never bothered me. What bothers me is a lot of the same that I know Councilor Curry has brought up and the neighbors have brought up is what type of homes and are they single family dwelling homes? This pandemic has created huge problems for everything. And I've seen it. I've seen the downfall and what's happening. The main thing, what I'm seeing too, is affordable housing. I'm just wondering if how much council is aware of if the areas are supposed to be single family dwelling homes. Do they know how many houses are illegally duplexed and rented in this area? On my street alone, there's 5 houses that are rental houses, and at least 3 of them are duplexed. There's a door going into somebody's garage to go down to the basement. The owner was living upstairs, and then with this crash and the changes of inflation, had to rent his basement out. Well, he's stuck in a variable mortgage. Now he's moved back home to Brampton with his parents and renting the upstairs of his house. He's getting over $5,000 a month just to pay the mortgage. So what's happening is now all these houses are turning into multifamily. One's a student house. There's 6 students in the house. Guess what? They all have cars. They have a single driveway. There are cars everywhere on the streets. And what also comes down to with some of these rental houses is people decide, well, I don't own the house. I'm not cutting the grass. I'm not going to maintain the weeds that are growing. So what's it doing is bringing down my property values. It's impossible to have guests come over to stay for a night for dinner because there's no parking on the street. I myself have 4 drivers in the house and 4 cars, but I've made sure that I can put 2 in my driveway, 1 on the end, and 1 has to float around all over the street. And the hardest part is walking to the street with people flying up and down the neighborhood. But the bigger elephant in the room is not the 9 homes you want to put on a green space, but you just approved 25,000 new homes at the end of Shellard Lane. We have no infrastructure out there. We have the most expensive grocery store, the most expensive drugstore. What has the city done to help? A few red light cameras. Now, I know being a member of the community, and I've been to some of the community meetings that we've asked and for speed bumps, changed the speed down to 40 kilometers an hour. It's happened on one street. And to me, my understanding is the only reason it happened on the one street is there's a family member of a counselor living on that street. I would like to see fairness through the whole community. Because yes, I'm home. I try to walk my dogs. I walk through that green space. I enjoy seeing my neighbors out looking after their property. But I'm tired of setting up rat traps in my backyard because the neighbors behind me have been putting their garbage in the backyard away from the side of the house because they've been told to take it away from the house. But how about put it on the street on Tuesday? But it's in the backyard. I have trouble having my animals go out in the backyard because they're chasing rats and mice. Now I'm getting a skunk problem living from another neighbor who doesn't care about their property. That's my main concern. So if just leave the green space as it is. Do we really need 9 more homes when you just approved 25,000 down the street? The infrastructure around the city is crumbling. Our hospital's in dire need of a new one. We've been promised everything I need in my area. I usually have to travel across the city. I would like to see something done for the neighborhood out there instead of adding more homes and more taxes coming in. Let's spend some of the money and help the neighborhoods and leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Okay. Hang on, Mr. Mike, we may have some questions for you. Members of the committee, does anybody have any questions for Mike? Yes, Councilor McCurry.
Mayor, again, a little latitude. Mike, thanks for coming. If you contact your ward councilors or me, we can set you up with the way you can deal with some of these property standards complaints in your neighborhood, okay?
Thank you.
My address is my first and last name at Brantford.ca, and I'd be happy to help you out, okay?
Thank you.
Councilor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was very similar to Councilor McCreary. A number of the issues I think that you raised, Mike, can be handled if the proper people are notified. And I think Councilor McCreary's got you on the right path there. So again, my address is the same as Councilor McCreary's, except it's my name at Brantford.ca, and I'd be happy to help with the issue of property standards, because that shouldn't be happening. There shouldn't be rodents running wild, and there's no need for that, and there's a remedy. So please reach out and we'll be happy to give you a hand.
Thank you. I was hoping my ward councilors were here today too, but I guess not.
Yeah, it's not the entire council that sits on this committee, but I'll be sure as well to mention your concerns and that of your neighbors to the ward councilors next time I see them.
Thank you. And yeah, especially when there's something dealing with their ward. I know they don't sit on the committee, but if something is happening in your ward, you should be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. So is there any other member of the public who's present today that would like to speak to this particular application, either in support of or in opposition? Now is your opportunity to come forward. Yes, sir. In the second to last row. So if you could state your name, please, and address, and then you'll have 10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jason Purdy. I currently reside on 15 Donegal Drive. I guess just basically just to voice a lot of the concerns of some of the other community members. I don't really have as much of a backstory as I am now a freshly new home buyer on the street. But I have come to know a lot of the concerns that it kind of worries me about the 9 houses that are going to be built there. One of the which has been stressed. The roads are not big enough. It's right on a bend. If you're adding 9 new houses there, there's going to be a lot of people that are backing out. People fly around the bend. People are going crazy. And I'm already a couple houses down, and I already have to watch out from getting hit when I'm backing out. Adding the houses across the street now, I'll have to watch my back, which I know that comes with driving. Obviously, you have to be aware of your surroundings. However, there's going to be people parking on the street. There's going to be people pulling out of the driveways. People are flying around the bends. It's just kind of a safety concern for me. I think at night, 9 lots might be biting off a little bit too much. And like I said, when I bought the house, I was told that it was a protected green space. And now, unfortunately, I guess that was not true which wouldn't have changed me purchasing the house, as I love it. I love the location and everything like that. But yeah, it's kind of sad to see because I'm in the process of starting a family. I had plans. I had things that I thought would be really nice to go across there. You could play in the yard, you know, play catch. People walk their dogs in there. People, like a lot of families, come and see the families of deer that are there, and they're really prevalent. And it just, yeah, and just a lot of the concerns of whether this would be the right thing to spend the money on. I mean, it's 9 houses. It's not going to make or break the bank. Like I just guess I got those kind of concerns too. So, yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Jason. We'll see if there are any questions. Do any members of the committee have any questions for Jason? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Jason. And again, we will be dealing with this very shortly.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Is there any other member of the public who's present today that would like to speak to this matter and either in support of or in opposition to? Now is your time to come forward. I've got to ask this 3 times. Is there any member of the public who's present today, either in the room or outside the room, that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition? Now is your time to come forward. And I'll ask for a third and last time, if there's any member of the public who would like to speak to this matter, either in support of it or in opposition to it, now is the time for you to come forward. So, not seeing anybody else, I think that's the members of the public that we've heard from. So I'll go back to you, Mr. Belanger. You now have up to 5 minutes to respond to the concerns that have been raised since you were last before us.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the members of the public for coming out. That's what today is about, is being able to identify some of their concerns. So I did, one of the prevalent issues there is the type of housing that's going there. I did check I confirmed with the City of Brantford zoning bylaw, and certainly Joe or staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the only permitted use is single detached dwellings. So the intent of the applicant there, they would be single story brick 2-car garage type construction. So I think if any zoning was to be changed again, this would have to come back for a whole nother public meeting regarding added uses and that scenario, and the public would be notified again, similar to the process that happened today. But that is not the intent of the applicant. Obviously, some of the other issues, bylaw enforcement issues, are heard and understood. But those are on an individual basis, and there are obviously mechanisms to deal with it, as the councillors brought forward, and we thank them for that. So just going back again, the proposed use is in line with the zoning. It's compatible housing with what's going on there, and with the illegal duplexes, again, that some concerns have been brought forward. Again, that's not the intent of the applicant. The applicant is to have single family dwellings there. So the applicant can and the owner can only control what they can control through that process. So and then again, I did hear some stuff about street parking. Obviously, street parking is in accordance with the bylaw, but the intent is again to provide parking in the driveways and the garage for these sites. So I can answer any other questions that may have come up from the committee.
So I've got a question for you.
Yes.
So you've told us what the zoning says, but what do you know what the province allows you to do based on amendments to the provincial legislation, the Planning Act?
So in terms of, are you talking accessory residential dwelling units?
So I'm talking about duplexes and triplexes.
Right, but it still has to be in line with the current zoning. So if there was changes to the zoning, we'd have to go through the same process to add those specific dwelling types, because right now the zoning only permits single detached dwellings.
Okay. And so is that your client's intent then to comply with the current zoning?
It is, yes.
All right. And if your client should change its mind and want to put duplexes in, then it would have to be a rezoning application. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, to add those uses, to bring additional dwelling types to the existing zoning or change zoning altogether, we'd be back here in how many ever months going through the same process. I'd be sitting in front of you answering probably a little bit tougher questions, but the intent is to be in line with the existing zoning.
Right, and the public would have we'd go through the same process. The public would be entitled to speak to the matter.
Yes, there'd be the circulation to neighbors. They'd be notified. There'd be the yellow sign, and we'd have another statutory public meeting.
And so how big are these lots? How wide are they?
So I believe they're all at least 50 foot. The corner lot might be a bit wider, just due to some zoning setback requirements.
Right. And how deep are they back to where the easement is?
To where the easement starts.
Where the easement starts?
I do think if we do have the drawing on the presentation, I don't know off the top of my head, but we did provide sort of
The print's so small,
a building footprint.
I can't read the distance. The map I have is pretty small. Do you have an original? Can you tell us how deep they are?
Not off the top of my head, no.
All right, well, I guess we can ask staff that. So any other questions members of the committee have? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Palandri. So we'll now proceed to, you can sit back and you can watch the
Great.
discussion.
Thank you.
So that brings to an end the public hearing portion of dealing with this particular item. And so what we now do is we have a member of the committee who puts the resolution on the floor, and then we have a debate and discussion. But I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess because we've been going at this for about an hour. And so we're going to take a short recess and we'll be coming back in as early as 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. So if you'd like to go outside, get a drink of water, whatever, now's the time to do it. So we'll be recommencing. The members of the public, are they still here that spoke to this matter? Mike, and can a staff member check to see if they're out on the outside of the council chamber, please? Are there any other members of the public that they're there? Yeah, I think we have everybody that spoke to this matter that we're outside the council chamber. You're now back in the room. That's good. So I assume you want to see what will transpire. So we're now moving into the debate portion, but to have the matter put on the floor for debate and discussion by the committee members, I'm going to need a mover and a seconder to place item 4.1 on the floor. So staff, you can please share the wording of 4.1 on the screen. So that's the proposed resolution for approval. So I need to get it for discussion. I need a mover and a seconder. Do we have a mover? No, we don't. So this matter will not be debated then. It's not on the floor. What do you say? Sorry, Councillor Slist, did you intend to move it? Okay, so you've moved it.
Yes, I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Going once, going twice, going three times. We don't have a seconder. So the matter is not on the floor. It won't be discussed. So let's move on to item number 2 then.
Holy cow.
So members of the public are here because there wasn't a mover and a seconder. There is no, according to the parliamentary procedure, that means there's nothing for the committee members to debate or discuss. I know that must seem strange, but what it means is there's no decision today, because I, as a chair, can't move or second anything. So with that, we'll move to item number 2. But before we do that, why don't we take a quick break so that we can speak briefly to members of the public to tell them what just happened. So I'm going to take another break for about 5 minutes. All right, Councillor Celeste, can you come back, please? So we have a quorum. Good. All right, so we'll now move into item 4.2. And this is zoning bylaw amendment PZ08 23, which is having to do with 72 Johnson Road. And I'd now ask the applicant, I believe Bob Stewart's here on behalf of Pinevest Homes, Pinevest Homes being the applicant. I assume you're Mr. Stewart? No? All right, if you please, you're here for the applicant. If you please identify yourself, give us your name and your address, and you'll have 10 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, your worship, members of committee. My name is Scott Patterson with Patterson Planning Consultants, here representing Pinevest Homes, the applicant for the zoning bylaw amendment. And I have a brief PowerPoint presentation for you this morning. Next slide, please. So Pinevest Homes is a local building and development company that have been building communities in the city of Brantford and Brant County for over a decade. Pinevest have completed numerous developments with a variety of housing options, which total over 200 homes to date. All of the Pinevest Partnership Group and the majority of the employees live in the Brantford and Brant County area. And Pinevest have built single-family, semi-detached, and townhouses in the Grand Valley Trails subdivision, as well as on Garden Avenue. Next slide. So the subject of the zoning bylaw amendment is 72 Johnson Road. And 72 Johnson Road is a 0.478 hectare parcel of land located at the intersection of Johnson Road and Hansford Drive. The property is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and accessory buildings with 2 accesses to Johnson Road. The intent of the development proposal is to relocate the existing buildings on site and redevelop the site with a 26-unit residential stacked townhouse project. And for committee's benefit, stacked townhouses are units that share a common sidewall and are stacked vertically with 2 units on top of each other. The bottom unit occupies the ground floor and basement, and the upper unit occupies the 2nd and 3rd floors. The upper units will have a balcony and deck, and the ground floor units will have an outdoor patio. And each unit is directly accessible from an exterior entrance. Next slide, please. So this is just an air photo of 72 Johnson Road. Again, it's at the terminus of Johnson and Hansford Drive. You can see the existing buildings on the property, the current 2 accesses to the site, the green space, the park across the road to the east, and the environmental area to the rear of the property as well. Next slide, please. So the subject property in your official plan is designated as neighborhoods and a residential land use designation. Next slide. And the current zoning on the property is an R1B-13 with a holding provision. Next slide. So with the zoning bylaw amendment and eventual site plan approval application, the proposal is to build a 26-unit development project as on the screen. So you can see the 4 townhouse blocks for the stacked townhouses. The bulk of the parking is internal to the site. There's a single access directly opposite Hansford Drive coming into the property. You can see the dash lines through the middle of the parking area. That represents the turning movements for emergency vehicles and garbage trucks, etc. So those can enter and exit the site in a forward motion. In the top left of the image, there are some blue lines. So the one outside of the property limit is the wetland boundary, which has been field verified and surveyed. So we know the limits of that. And then the second blue line, which encroaches onto the property and is dashed, is the wetland buffer. So the results of the environmental study recommended a 10-meter buffer to that feature, and that's been accommodated into the development project. Those lands would be rehabilitated, left in their natural state, and additional vegetation planted, and they will be protected and rezoned as OS3 to provide their continued protection going forward. So also in the top left corner is proposed to be an on-site amenity space. That will be programmed through the site plan approval process, and it'll be used for the on-site residents to have passive and active recreation opportunities on the property.
And just to note, there is 45 parking spaces on site. The zoning bylaw would require 39 parking spaces. Next slide, please. So just for a visual illustration of the zoning, I've tried to colorize this to make it easy for committee. The red, or the light pink, I'll call it, is where we're seeking a deviation from the standard zoning. So on this page for the typical zoning, you can see we have one red item, and that's a reduction in lot area per unit. So the typical zoning would require 185 square meters per unit, and we're seeking a site specific to take it down to 184. So just a reduction of 1 square meter per unit. The items in green are where we're exceeding the typical zoning bylaw requirements, exceeding those requirements. So for example, the minimum front yard in the zoning would be 6 meters. Our project proposes 6.9. Typical rear yard setback is 7.5. We're proposing 7.7 as a minimum. And the orange items are where we're just basically meeting the zoning. So again, the red item is the deviation, green is where we're exceeding the requirements, and orange is where we're meeting things or underneath or under the requirements. So for example, the lot coverage would be 40% maximum. We're at 23%. Next slide, please. And again, the same illustration, we're meeting the minimum amount of amenity area, probably going to exceed it per unit. The parking requirement is 1.5 spaces per unit, and we're proposing 1.7. Again, 39 spaces are required by the zoning bylaw, and we're providing 45. Next slide, please. So just for committee's reference, this is a conceptual building elevation, the front elevation for the proposed stacked townhouse units. This would be consistent through the 4 blocks. This just represents what the developer is proposing at this time. Next slide. And this is a current rendering of what the development project would look like. Again, at the terminus of Hansford and Johnson Road. Just looking at the site, the main entrance going into the property, and the 4 townhouse blocks that are proposed. Next slide, please. So in support of the application, there was an environmental impact study that was done. Again, it identified the wetland limit for the abutting property and recommended the buffer, which has been incorporated into the development. A traffic impact study was completed. An archaeological study was completed, planning opinion report, and functional servicing drawings and a report as well. All of which were submitted to staff and were reviewed and form part of the staff report and recommendation. Next slide, please. So in summary, the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan and the City of Brantford official plan. As I'd noted, the project would result in the creation of 26 residential units on the property. The wetland area has been identified and protected, and the buffer area encroaching onto the property is to be zoned OS3 to provide that protection in perpetuity. The rezoning we're requesting is to implement the project, address the site-specific provisions that I noted, lift the holding provision, and allow the project to advance. And going forward, site plan approval would be required. Next slide. A neighborhood information meeting was held on June 26th of this year, naturally, where feedback was obtained on the proposal from the public. This is an infill development project on land that is underutilized, and it provides a medium density development, which is known as the missing middle. So being stacked townhouses in that missing middle product. This will assist in addressing the housing crisis that is currently occurring, and it reduces the need to use farmland to build housing. In my opinion, the project reflects good planning, and we are here in support of the staff report and recommendation this morning. I'm also joined by members of Pinevest, as well as Bob Phillips from Cahoon Engineering. So if there's any questions or concerns about the project, we'd be happy to answer them from committee, or if anything that comes through the public input into the project this morning. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Sless.
I thought I heard you say at the beginning, Mr. Pattison, that the existing buildings would be relocated on the site, but I don't believe there's room to do that. Are they being relocated off-site?
Through your worship, that is correct. Yes, my apologies if I said on site. They're being relocated off the site. And that's hopefully going to happen next week. So you might go by and see the existing houses up on blocks and wheels and ready to go. There's been some work to deal with the roof on that structure, and it's potentially the date is scheduled for next week for those buildings to be moved off site.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson, I've got a couple questions for you. How deep is this lot from Johnson Road? Because I can't tell from the diagram we've got here.
To your worship, if my eyes can read the drawing, I believe it's over 60 meters deep, at least. And again, the printing on my drawing is very small as well, so my apologies.
So that'd be about 200 feet, thereabouts. And how wide is it?
74 meters.
If your client was intending to use this for single-family residential, how many lots could you construct with the minimum frontage or minimum width?
Through your worship, that's a good question. It's honestly something I haven't done the concept plan on. Looking at the lotting pattern to the immediate left on the illustration or my plan, probably 5 or 6.
Yeah. And if they weren't going to be, if you're going to put in standard townhouses, how many units would there be? Or do you think there would be? Because you've got 26 units with using the stacked townhouse concept. How many units would there likely be with the same kind of building configurations if they were standard townhouses? 2 stories.
Again, to your worship, to be quite honest, I never did that concept. We didn't do a concept for single detached, and we didn't do a concept for standard, like a normal townhouse. Pinevest's intent right from the beginning is to look at the stacked townhouse option. And again, to be truthful, that's the only concept plan that I did on this property. So I don't really have an answer for you for what a normal townhouse project would result as far as yield for number of units.
And how many bedrooms will there be in these units?
Each of the units is proposed to have 2 bedrooms. There is contemplation for some of them to have 3 bedrooms, depending on final design.
And is concept to be rental or condominium? What is it?
Again, Pinevest may be able to comment on this, but my understanding it would go through the condominium process, and each of the units would be available for sale.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, can you clarify that? What is the intent? Rental?
Yeah,
or?
thanks. No, they will be condominiumized and for sale.
All right, thank you. So any other questions that members of the committee have? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Patterson, of course, you will have up to 5 minutes towards the end of the hearing to respond to any questions or concerns that come out of the public comment and also that of staff. So we'll now move into the staff portion. And I believe we have Sean. Oh, there you are, Sean. I thought I saw you in the back there.
Morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sean House. I'm a senior planner here with the city. I'm here because we've received an application to amend the zoning bylaw at 72 Johnson Road to permit 26 stacked townhouse dwelling units. The subject lands are located on the west side of Johnson Road, opposite Hansford Drive, and have an area of approximately 1.2 acres with 75 meters of frontage along Johnson Road. The lands currently contain a single detached dwelling and an outbuilding, which are in the process of being moved. And the lands are surrounded by single detached dwellings to the north and south, Johnson Park to the east, and a wetland to the west. This photo of the property is taken from Johnson Road. And here's a photo of the adjacent wetland taken from the rear of the property. So as mentioned, 26 stacked townhouse units are proposed and will be accessed internally with one vehicle entrance for the site off of Johnson Road, aligning with Hansford Drive. Again, stacked townhouses are townhouses that share a common side wall, are stacked vertically, and have, with each unit having its own separate entrance and exit. So basically think of a regular townhouse unit with one unit occupying the basement and the first floor, and the second unit occupying the second and third floors. 45 off-street parking spaces are proposed in a central parking area, and an amenity space is proposed to be located on the southwest corner of the site. Each unit will have their own private patio or deck. And again, here's a sample rendering provided by the applicant. The lands are designated residential in our official plan, and it is within the designated greenfield area. So this designation does permit low-rise buildings as proposed and requires a minimum density of 55 residents and jobs per hectare, which is being provided here. The southwestern portion of the site is currently designated core natural areas, and when development is proposed in this designation, an environmental impact study is required. The study submitted in support of the application found no significant impacts to the wetland and adjacent natural features, provided that recommended mitigation measures are included. So this includes a 10-meter buffer to the wetland and the use of native vegetation, among others. So the portion of the lands that are acting as the wetland buffer will be rezoned as part of this application to open space type 3 zone, which will offer additional protection. The proposed R4A 87 zone, residential medium density type A, will permit the proposed stacked townhouse use and also establish site-specific provisions for all zoning requirements, including the slight reduction to lot area that the applicant mentioned, as well as an increased minimum interior side yard. So over and above what we would typically require in our R4A zone. There's also a slight reduction to the minimum distance between the parking area and the right-of-way that actually wasn't identified in the staff report. We caught that later on. So I just wanted to make committee aware of that. And as previously mentioned, the environmentally sensitive area will be zoned open space where no development is permitted. The mapping on this slide illustrates the extent of the wetland and the required buffer. The applicant has submitted an urban design report in support of the proposal. It demonstrated compatibility with our urban design manual and the surrounding neighborhood. It's noteworthy that the proposed 3-story height is similar to what's currently permitted on the site, as well as the adjacent properties. A transportation impact study was submitted in support of the application, which did not forecast a negative impact to existing conditions, and transportation staff were accepting of this. A stage 1 and 2 archaeological study were completed with no resources found. And last but not least, a neighborhood meeting was held in June of this year. And notice of this particular meeting was circulated to all property owners within 120 meters, as well as by posting a sign on site. All written comments received, as well as notes from that neighborhood meeting, were included in the staff report. Just a quick slide on our standard land calculation. If this site were built as single detached homes on smallest lot size permitted in our current zoning bylaw, we'd be looking about half an acre more of land, but again, that's not taking into account the roads and additional infrastructure of land that would be required. So yeah, in agreement with the applicant, I would suspect this lot could probably accommodate about 5 or 6 single detached dwellings. I'd like to conclude that this application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, growth plan, and the city's official plan. The proposal is compatible with surrounding land uses and contributes to a complete community. Planning staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment PZ 0823 be approved. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there on-street parking in the immediately adjacent streets to the other development?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe Johnson Road does have on-street parking.
Okay, and on Hanson or Hansford?
I don't have that answer on the top of my head, but I could certainly look that up for you.
Okay, no, I appreciate that because I know I believe there's an excess of parking being provided, but there's also always seems to be more cars than 2 per unit living there with kids moving back home and whatnot. So I'm just concerned with the on-street parking if it is available, and if it's, I don't know whether we've done a look at it to see that is it overutilized currently, or is there space out there for it to be to take on some of the overflow that could potentially come from this development. So I'll check with traffic after the meeting, but appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Councillor McCreary.
Through your mayor to staff. Thank you. A good report. Thank you for that. It says, I believe, that there's a central underground garbage facility, but it's very hard to read. Did I read that correctly? And where is that on the site?
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe if we could bring the slideshow back up, I could flip to that slide showing the site plan.
And as an aside, Sean, the drawings that we typically receive are not scalable on our devices. So it probably does say that quite clearly, but as you zoom in on this, we lose all sort of focus. Is there a way that we can improve the scalability on these drawings that we get?
Right. Understood. We can certainly look into that. And I believe they're proposing a Mullock garbage containment system, which is the underground portion that you mentioned. It would be in close proximity to the parking area. I want to say the kind of the north, well, it's actually not northwest, but if you were thinking the site plan was oriented north, it'd be on the northwest corner of the
south parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And these are all net parking spots. None of these are lost to garages, right? They're all above grade.
No, there are no garages proposed here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sean, I got a couple questions for you. So the province has imposed a density target for us of 55 residents per hectare.
To you, Chair, correct.
All right. So what is the density ratio on this particular development? Is it 55, 65? What is it?
This development does come in at 55 units per hectare.
Okay. And so a regular townhouse would be 2 stories, and the stacked townhouse is 3 stories because they're stacked on top of one another. Is that right?
Through you, Chair, not necessarily. A proposal could be made for a 3-story standard townhouse as well.
Okay. And if the development were limited to a standard townhouse, so not the stacked townhouses, how many units could be built on this lot?
Through you, Chair, I would have to review a conceptual plan for that, but logically, if there's 2 units per what kind of looks like a townhouse unit, I might divide that in half.
Okay, so We're kind of guessing, but you're thinking probably 13 to 15 units?
Something in that neighborhood.
Okay. And looking at Johnson Road in this particular neighborhood, how do you deal with the assertion that it's not compatible with the existing neighborhood? And I say that because the existing neighborhood, Johnson Road, is pretty much single family, as is the subdivisions to the east, unlike Garden Ave, which has more of a mix.
Through you, Chair, the residential designation in the official plan does call for a mix of low-rise built forms in this designation. So a stacked townhouse unit does contribute to that mix of housing types there. So that's why we believe it conforms to the official plan.
Right. Does the official plan talk about stacked townhouses?
Through you, Chair, it would probably just categorize that within a low-rise building type.
Okay. So in this area, we have as well, of course, Colburn Street. And Colburn Street's a major artery, and it's slotted for higher density residential construction in keeping with our official plan. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, correct.
All right. And is Johnson Road, does it have the same status, or is it treated just like any other residential subdivision street?
Through you, Chair, no, it doesn't. It does not have the same status. It's designated residential, whereas Colburn Street is identified intensification corridor.
Right. So it's not part of the intensification corridor. Okay, good. Councilor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. And thank you for that lead into hypothetical questions about developments that are not before us today. Sean, so if you were to look at the block bounded by Stevenson, Hansford, and Johnson Road, it would appear to be about the same size as the subject development here. So if Hansford were extended and you created single families with small lots, it looks to me like you'd get to about 16 or 17 on that piece of property. Would that be kind of a fair assumption?
Through you, Chair, to clarify, you're asking if the subject lands could contain 16 single detached dwellings?
Yeah. Since we're into the realm of hypothetical, Sean, if you were to extend Hansford through the property, of course, not as a city street, but as a condominium road, and you did single families on either side of that extended roadway, it looks to me as though it could accommodate as many as the adjacent block bounded by Stevenson and Hansford, which would be, I don't know, 15 or 16 units.
Through you, Chair, I would have to go back and do an analysis on that.
Yeah, in as much as we're exploring these things as hypotheticals in all of our reports, it might be worthwhile considering a comparator for these small typical lots that you see adjacent Johnson Road. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Sean. So we'll now move into the portion where we receive input from the public, and I'll say that we do have attached to the report that we're given as members of the committee there. We do have the minutes of the public meeting that was held, the neighborhood meeting. We have received various emails, including I think 2 that came in yesterday. One from, where are they? Here they are. One that came in from Don Hall and another one from Jamie Mitchell, and copies of these emails regarding this proposal have been shared with committee members. So, and do we have anybody that's, Lisa, that has registered to come in virtually? We have 2. All right. So I realize there are certain members of the public that are here in the chamber. So what we're going to do first is we're going to hear from the people that have registered to come in through Zoom. And there's 2, and you have to register to do that. And I realize there are probably other people that are in the council chamber that would like to speak to this. We'll get to you. But first we'll deal with hear from the people that have registered virtually. So Lisa, who do we have first?
So James McIver, there should be a prompt on your screen. If you can accept that prompt, we will move you into the panelist section. Mr. McIver, if you're there, can you use the raise hand function, please? So Mr. McIver, if you can accept the prompt on your screen, it should move you.
Okay.
There we are, Mr. McIver. So you're with us. If you would just please confirm who you are, sir, your address, and then you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation, including any questions from committee members.
Okay, good morning, James McIver, 35 Johnson Road. Johnson, we're at the south end toward Colburn. We've been here since 2016. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to outline some of our concerns. And then after that, I'm going to run through some proposals for consideration. So first of all, increased traffic on Johnson Road is a major concern of ours. Pedestrian safety on the middle to south end of Johnson due to the current infrastructure and the proposed increased population at the north end. The lack of policing on the south end of Johnson. The potential deficiencies on our current signage and parking regulations. Parking regulations referring to cars blocking stop signs when heading north on Johnson Road toward Garden Ave, where you're unable to see the stop signs due to the current parking, and the increased parking would further that. The current subdivision on the north end has been urbanized. The south end is not. In that, the the sidewalks end, and on the one side, there's approximately a 2
Sorry,
foot
Mr. McIver, can you
drop.
speak up a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
Maybe, Ben, but if you could get close to your mic, maybe that might help.
I'm sorry. So the current sidewalks that head toward the south stop, and there's no direction for pedestrian traffic. They are forced into the road. And there is a catch basin with approximately a 2 foot drop that is not visible and a potential major hazard. The substandard maintenance on the south end of Johnson. The road edges are not maintained. There's no sidewalks, no curbage. 2 months ago, my wife rolled her ankle because there's approximately a 2-inch drop at the edge of the asphalt due to this substandard maintenance. And lastly, no public transit. It's approximately a 1 kilometer walk to the nearest bus stop from the proposed address. So those are our concerns. Again, I'm going to run through a few proposals that could be taken in consideration, and we would appreciate that. Short term, widen one side of Johnson Road approximately 40 inches with asphalt with paint mark identification and or delineators. Long-term, full urbanization of south end. Increased policing. This end of Johnson is basically a freeway. I know there is speed humps, but they're not working. Review the parking bylaws and ensure that they're correct. As I said, you can't see the stop sign when you're heading north, and further street parking is going to affect this. Hoarding at the end of the sidewalks where they end, and directing pedestrian traffic rather, to a safe zone to continue travel south toward Colburn. Maintenance crews need to immediately rectify deficiencies on road edges. And question I have, so that's our proposals. I have one question. Is there a way to access the traffic study that is being performed?
So what we do, Mr. McIver, this is not a question answer session. It's a hearing where you're coming and you're presenting to us your questions. Now, people can raise like hypothetical questions, and the members of the committee, when we get a chance to ask either the applicant when he comes back, or we can ask staff, we can ask some questions that members of the public kind of raise hypothetically or theoretically. So, because I know you're looking at me thinking, give me an answer right now. But we appreciate you putting in that format so you can put kind of questions to us, but you don't necessarily get an answer within the next 30 seconds.
No, and that wasn't my intention. My question, or my only question was how do I obtain the traffic study that was performed? I didn't think that was difficult.
Got it.
My proposals for consideration are just that, proposals for consideration. We can't even buy a bicycle for our 8-year-old daughter because we can't allow her to exit the driveway because the high speed of traffic, and this is only going to further that situation. So this is all for consideration for the safety of the pedestrians. And when I say that, when I was talking about the transit, everybody at the north end of Johnson have to go past the south end of Johnson on foot, and there's nowhere to travel, and there's cars doing 80, 90 kilometers an hour continuously. So that's all I have to offer. Is there any questions or?
So I'll see if any of the committee members have any questions for you, Mr. McIver. So committee members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. McIver? Nope. No questions. Thank you very much, Mr. McIver. We will be dealing with this shortly once we finish the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lisa, I think you said we have a second individual that would like to speak to us who is coming through Zoom.
Glenda Furcalo, if you were looking to speak, if you can use the raise hand function, please. And just accept the prompt on your screen.
I assume you can tell.
There we go.
Oh, there you are.
There I am. I'm having some technical.
Hello, Glenda. So glad to see you tuned in and hit the button. So just could you tell us who you are, your address, and then you'll have 10 minutes to speak to us, inclusive of any questions members may ask of you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of council. And my name is Glenda Furcalo Anderson. I live at 38 Davidson Court, and I just have some major concerns that I'd like council and the developers to be aware of. It's ongoing, and I have to echo Mr. McIver's concerns as well. Traffic on Johnson Road is horrific with the addition of this, and I'm all for, building up communities and stuff. We definitely need the housing. It's going to add to the traffic. It's going to add to the parking on Johnson. Again, there are no sidewalks on some of the locations all the way to Colborne. Again, pedestrian safety is huge, a huge concern of mine. I have, a son who's on his bike and walking and playing the park. It's always busy. CR 18, another hugely busy thoroughway. There's not proper turn signals. There's no proper turn lane to come on to Johnson. Unfortunately, a lot of people always are using Johnson Road as to beat the train because there's a train crossing at the south end. The calming speed bumps that have been put in don't always seem to be doing what they're supposed to. A lot of people are, if you have the smaller cars, they're slowing down. Persons with bigger vehicles just kind of use it as a, just a bit of a bump in the road. The crosswalk that was put in on the north side of Johnson towards the park seems to be non-existent to some drivers. My other, again, no amenities in our east end of Brantford where we are. The schooling is going to impact our schooling. We had, just a boundary review done last year. The number of houses, the type of housing, the stacked, doesn't suit our neighborhood. We're single family dwellings. Condos, great. Stacked housing does not fit this neighborhood. They're not low profile, the ones that are being proposed. Again, it's I'm just trying to look at my notes. The biggest thing is traffic. Snow clearing, that's going to be another issue. School buses are through here. Mornings, afternoons, and on Johnson Road, a lot of the parking is done on the east side of Johnson, which narrows down the thoroughway. Mr. McIver also stated the no bus stop here. We have to, if we were to take public transit, we would have to go, the closest one is the first block of Garden, or else through the Thomas area on that side of Garden, and that's the closest public transit. Yeah, other than that, yeah, traffic. I just wanted to, hopefully our concerns are going to be taken seriously. And, I'm not against building up. I know that we definitely need that. We just need to make sure that it's the right type of building that comes into our communities. And also it's going to be affecting our infrastructure. I believe at the last meeting, the pumping station was, I believe Councillor Carpenter had said something about the pumping station needed to be looked at again. We're one of the higher taxed areas again. So hopefully that will be taken into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See if anybody has any questions for you. Any members of the committee have any questions? No questions, but thank you very much, Glenda, for taking the time to come in virtually to provide us with your perspective and your input on this application. And we're going to be hearing from members of the public that are here in the council chamber. And then after that, we'll have a debate or discussion, assuming we get a resolution on the floor. So again, thank you very much, Glenda.
You're welcome.
All right, so Lisa, I understand we don't have anyone else that's registered. All right, so for those that are here in the council chamber or outside the council chamber, if you would like to speak to this planning application, either in support of it or in opposition to it, now's your chance to come forward and tell us what you think. Yes, sir. Come forward, please. Yeah, so just perfect. There, if the red light's on, then you're on. So again, just have to tell us your name, your address, and then you have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
I am Jamie Mitchell. I'm at 6 Davidson Court. I was one of the emails you received. I do apologize. I didn't realize this was like a 10-minute structured presentation, or I would have organized my comments a little bit better. I'm going to run through some things. I've been asked to speak on behalf of some of the other residents that are here as well, and I hope I do a good job representing their thoughts. I'm speaking in opposition to this motion to change the zoning for the area, and I have a few reasons why. The agenda spoke a little bit about how this proposal in the neighborhood is within distance of some amenities, and it certainly is within a good walking distance of parks and trails. This is specifically, I think, in 7.1 and 9.1, moving people around to amenities in the agenda. I did some research of my own. It's a 37-minute walk or a 38-minute walk to the two closest public schools, and neither of those walks are safe. Onondaga Brant would require children to walk on the rail trail and through a very busy area where there's no sidewalks. The walk to Woodman-Canesville, again, would require a walk through some trails that are not maintained in the winter, or down to Colborne, where, as other people have mentioned, there's no sidewalks to get there. It's a 20-minute walk to Dairy Queen. Again, not necessarily a safe walk when you're walking with no sidewalks. 31-minute walk to the nearest Tim Hortons, again, on the rail trail with no sidewalks. And it's a 50-minute walk to the closest grocery store, which is No Frills downtown. I can't think of the closest sports field, for example, a soccer field or a baseball diamond to our neighborhood. The parks that we do have in the neighborhood, two that are complete and the third one that is planned, will be full most evenings and most days during the summer. One of the parks will be across the street directly from this development. And if you've ever driven by that park in the evening, you've seen lots of children, I'm sure, playing soccer on the field, balls going into the road. I'd be very concerned, as I'm sure the other parents here would be very concerned about the safety of our children as they're, engaging in play in that neighborhood and dealing with the additional, 45 potential cars that are going to be added to our neighborhood. I know there's a law passed by the government, the Ontario government, that requires some of these developments to be placed near transit hubs. Johnson Road is not a transit hub. As has been mentioned, the closest bus stop is about 1 kilometer away. Again, that would be a walk over a trail that's not maintained in the winter. I did have some questions about the land use, I guess not questions, but comments. I know that some of the areas around this property are protected by the GRCA. I noticed on the plan that there are locations for snow plows and plowing of snow in the winter. I know from living at this property where I live, which butts right against this new development, the snow will be running off into a water course that will lead directly to the wetland. And we know that snow on parking lots are often contaminated with pollution from cars and the salt that's used to de-ice sidewalks, etc. And I wonder how this will impact the wetland area. Personally, as a resident at 6 Davidson Court, I'd like to know the plan, or I'd like to be assured that the existing trees on the property will be maintained. There is a set of trees that border my property, some of my neighbors' properties, and this new proposed development. They do create a good degree of privacy. So I'd hope that those would be maintained. I think more than anything else, many of us who are here bought these properties, our homes, with the assurance that this kind of development wouldn't be happening on that property. We bought into the country feel of the neighborhood. 26 stacked homes, I don't feel are in line with what exists currently in the neighborhood. It's too dense, especially as I mentioned with the park across the street. I'm particularly concerned about my privacy and my family's privacy with 3-story homes being able to look into my backyard. I'm worried about the added noise from so many extra people and cars. They're very often in the evening. I can sit in my backyard and hear nothing. I'm worried about the light pollution from the parking lot, which would be directly behind my backyard. Currently, I can sit outside in the evening with my telescope and get some good views of the night sky. I don't think that'll happen anymore. I'm worried about our quality of life. I'm worried about the on-street parking that other people have mentioned, the lack of sidewalks, impact on property values and nature in the area. I would hope there's better uses of other parcels of unused land nearer to the downtown core that would be better suited for this type of development. There's empty land near the No Frills along Colborne. There's unused businesses, vacant lots, etc., that I think would be better used for this type of development. Mentioned the parking. I think with 45 spots and then people having gatherings on the weekends, we're going to see an awful lot of on-street parking in our neighborhoods. I know just where I live on Davidson Court, if someone has a gathering, there's often a lot of parked cars on the street, and it's often hard to find additional street parking. I did notice as I was preparing for today that the city of Cambridge has rejected a proposal for stacked townhomes, and I believe they're currently going to the OLT. Because of similar concerns that are being raised here by residents. So I think I've mentioned everything that I've been asked to talk about. I'll reiterate the urgency with which we think that the traffic on Johnson Road needs to be looked at. There's many times in the evening where I can hear, tires squealing as people go racing down that street. And I think the additional cars that this development is going to bring in would only add to that. My hope would be that perhaps something with single detached homes would be looked at on this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Members of the committee, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Mitchell? No questions. Been your presentation and your email very thorough. I just have one question for you. It's about the trees. So these are trees that are immediately behind your lot then?
My lot, and I don't know the address, but another lot on Davidson. Sorry, on Johnson.
And I tried to look on the Google satellite maps. I couldn't quite see it. So it's very close to the property line then?
It's basically on the property line. I was told when we bought the property that there was a protected wetland corridor immediately behind our house that extended along the whole property line. That right now it's like there's long grasses and other things growing in there. That's where the water drains off my property into that area. And there's 3 or 4, they look like willow trees to me growing in that space. And we've watched them grow up. They're quite tall. They block the view to the park and the road and do a lot to combat the sound.
Right. And you probably heard me ask staff if the property was developed the same way the rest of the neighborhood is, which is single family lots, there'd be 5 to 6 homes there with property that under official plan is designated for residential. Would that be acceptable to you?
Yeah, I recognize that we need to build homes, and I recognize that landowners are allowed to use their land to do what they want. So that would be more acceptable as it's more in line with, what's already in the neighborhood. And I think adding those 5, 6, 7 homes would not add the same kind of density that I think we'd get with the 26 stacked.
Right. And another alternative could be standard townhomes, which generally are 2 stories. And I think we're told maybe 15, 16 units instead of 26. What would you think of that?
I'd be interested to see what the site plan looks like for that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. And we'll be dealing with it shortly. So is there any other member of the public who would be present in the council chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition? Now is your opportunity to come forward. So I'll ask a second time if there is any other member of the public that's in the council chamber that would like to speak to this matter and provide us with your input, either in support of or in opposition. Now is your opportunity to do that. And I'll ask for a third and final time. If there is any member of the public present in the council chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition to it, now is your last opportunity to come forward and present to us. So, not seeing anybody, we'll move back to the applicant then, who now has up to 5 minutes, unless we extend it longer, to respond to the issues that have arisen since you made your presentation at the beginning of this hearing.
Thank you again, Your Worship, and members of the committee for the opportunity. And thank you to the public for their input and their comments, very well articulated as they were at the neighborhood meeting. So I appreciate those. So just to touch on some highlights from the comments that were provided. There was a concern about parking. Quite often I'm asked to seek parking reductions for projects. I'm sure committees quite often asked maybe to grant parking reductions. In this instance, Pineview was very clear to me that they wanted to meet the minimum requirements, if not exceed them. So as noted, the zoning bylaw would require 1.5 spaces per unit or 1.7. That's a function of the site, providing snow storage, the design of the property. And maybe through the site plan process, if there's an opportunity for additional parking on site, that's something that we could look at with staff. But I just wanted to reiterate that we do exceed parking requirements. With regard to compatibility, as noted by Mr. House, there was an urban design report that was submitted that reviewed all of your urban design policies, went through those in detail. I believe that's been reviewed by staff as well, and it was deemed that we meet the general policies and regulations regarding urban design. And there is no official plan amendment needed in support of this project. So we do meet the height requirements noted in the official plan, and this is considered a low density form of development. With regard to traffic, this goes back to the original or the public meeting you had just before this. We did submit a traffic impact study. As noted by Mr. Muto, it is reviewed internally by your staff. They do have the expertise to review that. It's my understanding that there was nothing that came out of that traffic impact study that impacted the recommendation from staff. So just wanted to note that for committee. I would note that the sidewalk on Johnson Road as part of this project is to be extended across the entire frontage of the property as well. That will be a requirement. There is a road widening being required, and the extension of the sidewalk will be a requirement of the developer. So that will be occurring. With regard to the use of neighborhood parks, availability and stuff, as I noted, there is an on-site amenity area that's being proposed, both for passive and active recreation that will be programmed through the site plan approval process. So that'll be something that your staff would look at as well. And I understand that the ward councillor is involved in site plan approval, so they would have input into that design and recommendations. With regard to trees, again, that's something through the site plan process that we're more than willing to look at with staff, any opportunities to maintain trees where possible. Again, it's a function of grading and everything on the site for design, but it's something that Pinevest would definitely look at and be willing to look at. And previously there was discussion about hypothetical situations. So I just wanted to throw one, kind of throw it back out there to committee. The current development does not or would not contemplate additional residential units. So additional, I think you were alluding to on the last project about single detached lots or single homes having 2 additional units potentially in them, which is contemplated by the province. So stacked townhouses would not contemplate that or allow for that. If this project was to go forward as just a normal stacked townhouse or sorry, a normal townhouse or a single detached dwelling, which has been suggested, there would be the opportunity to increase the density by adding additional residential units on those lots as well. So we may get the 5 or 6 lots or smaller lots and bump it up to 13 or 14 singles. Each of one of those, according to the province, could have 3 units on it. So just as a comparison for committee, I just wanted to highlight that a different land use type, such as single detached or even a normal townhouse, may not result in reduced density on the site. There is a demand, there is a need for housing, and including of those additional residential units is becoming more and more common. I see that all the time. So if there's any questions from committee that arose from the public's comments that I can help with, or the members of Pinevest, I'd be happy to do that. So.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Patterson. We'll see if there's any questions. Any questions for Mr. Patterson? Yes, Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you very much. Further to your comments, sir, would a typical condominium townhouse development be a profitable venture for you?
Through your worship, so you say a typical condominium townhouse, so just like a standard normal townhouse?
Condominium townhouse, yes.
Again, through your worship, I'm not privy to the economics or the justification of a project. I look at it from a planning perspective and whether this is good land use planning. I can't speak for Pinevest, whether it would be an economically viable project. And I think Mr. House alluded to, and I'm going to allude to as well, that a concept plan would have to be done to confirm the number of units, development costs, and everything that went along with that. So I'm hesitant to say yes or no. Every project has its own economic evaluation and pro forma to evaluate, but I think I should leave it at that.
So you wouldn't be possessed of the numbers related to the cost per square foot of the construction on this site or the acquisition costs of the property or what the market would bear?
Through your worship, no, that those considerations do not play into my land use planning opinion, and I'm not privy to them.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Patterson. Doesn't look like there's any other questions. So that concludes the public hearing portion of this particular item. And so Lisa, if you would please share on the screen the recommended resolution that staff provided for us. So if I can get can I get a mover in a second, or to get this one on the floor for discussion? Councillor Celeste, you're moving it. Councillor McCurry, you're seconding it. So it's on the floor for discussion. We each have up to 2 4-minute speaking opportunities. Who would like to speak first? Councillor McCurry, go ahead.
I was reluctant to second the original item before us, Mayor, because of the absence of the ward councillors. And I was reluctant to do it again because the way we work is that on our committee, you have one councillor from each ward that participates in the planning committee hearing. And in both of those circumstances today, neither were present, but the ward councillor who's not assigned can sit in the place. But I do see there was a community meeting, and I do see that there were some questions that arose there. Although for me, it is important to have the opinion of the ward councillor at the meeting so that I can get a proper gauge of what it's about. I am reluctant to support this today. I hear the concerns of the neighborhood. And although some of what we heard was not planning matters, as the gentleman had said, traffic, there's a bit of an issue. When I went to make my site visit, I was nearly rear-ended by somebody who probably was doing about 80K at the stop sign. So I get it. And although, like I said, it's not a planning consideration, but it is a common sense consideration. But for us, common sense doesn't figure into the decisions we make here at the planning committee. It's simply a matter of planning rules, regulations, and in this case, this project fits. And in fact, they have really kind of gone above and beyond to the ability of their site plan to provide for parking, for instance, because usually in these developments, you'll get a parking spot in a garage, which we all know never gets used. It's where you put your lawnmowers and your woodworking equipment, and the problem spills out onto the neighborhood. And we'll see some of that here. I do think that you'll see every single tree on this property eliminated. I do think that the runoff that goes into the wetland will be contaminated with salt water. And it's interesting that planning considerations are more stringent for wetlands than they are for neighbors. We give more consideration to swamps than to human beings in some cases with planning matters. And that's nobody's fault, but provincial governments, basically. We're sort of hamstrung by what we do, our staff and us as well. We've seen a lot worse than this, but you'll note that I did ask the question about the economic viability of simply doing what we see in a lot of other locations, which are townhouse condominiums. And I do believe that that is an option for this site. And I do believe that I would do what the developer does too and try to get the maximum dollar return out of my investment in the land and the planning and the work that goes into it. So even though I seconded this today, I'm not going to support it. I think it should go to council. And again, my decision may have been different if I'd had the presence of the Ward 4 councillors here today to tell us what they thought. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Celeste, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few questions that, if I could, Mr. Mayor, to present to staff, if that's appropriate.
Yeah, we have Sean here that I'm sure he'll.
Okay. The first is the concern with runoff and going into the wetland. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but runoff has to be contained on the site. There has to be a grading done that doesn't allow it to leave the site. So would the runoff actually make it to the wetland? Could I get a ruling on that?
Through the chair, Gary Peaver, manager of development engineering. No, the runoff would eventually make its way to an outlet. However, it has to be contained and treated on site. So it'll be released at a controlled rate and also go through a quality system to ensure that it does meet the provincial standards when leaving the site.
So in other words, Gary, it would not have a negative impact on the wetland. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair, that is correct. And that is being evaluated by the consultants through the developers team as well.
Okay. I don't know whether you can answer this one, Gary. It's not really development. Well, I guess it is. Do we have sidewalks planned for the entirety of Johnson Road? That seemed to be an issue and a safety issue and an important issue. Do we have that scheduled? Is that coming up in budget deliberations?
Through the chair, I do not have that information in front of me, but that is something we can reach out to the operations department and confirm. However, there has been a significant amount of sidewalk installed through these developments going in. And as you heard, the frontage across this property would have sidewalk installed if this development moves forward. But that is something we can reach out to our public works team.
Yeah, no, that would be good. When it's done piecemeal and you don't have continuity, you can't get from here to there without hitting areas where you don't have sidewalk. And I think, as was indicated, it creates dangerous situations, not just for the walking public, for the children that are living in the area. So that would be a concern of mine. The secondly was parking on the street, blocking stop signs. That shouldn't happen. Are we allowing parking to infringe on intersections to the point where you can't see stop signs? And I don't know if anybody from traffic's here, but perhaps there should be a review of the setbacks from intersections, because what I was hearing today is you can't see the stop signs for parked cars. And if things are done appropriately, you should be able to.
Through the chair, to you, Councillor, that is correct. We'll pass that on again through our traffic team to review these particular stop signs and if there is any setbacks that need to be increased in this area.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of the same mind as Councillor McCurry. I really wish the ward councillor, the representative on this committee, had been here today, because I would have liked very much to hear what they have to say. And I too have concerns with density, and it goes back to traffic. And I asked that in the earlier hearing about peer reviewing traffic studies, and I realized that we review them and we have people that can review them that have that expertise in our own bureaucracy. But to me, when you have a situation where traffic is heavy and perceived as dangerous on a street, adding anything onto it becomes an issue. So, and it just exacerbates an already bad situation. Does it have a negative impact? Well, I think the negative is already there before the impact is applied. So I have concerns with traffic and the numbers. I think we're looking at a minimum of 45 here and probably more. So that's a concern of mine. So I think, in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, I'm not a professional planner, and I don't know the financial on this property, but it seems to be a little rich for the amount of space and the amount of housing that's proposed to be put in it. So I too today will not be supporting the what's before us, and I again will reserve till I hear what the ward councillor, who will have a better handle on his ward and what's needed and what's appropriate for his ward. So today I will not be supporting it, but I will certainly be listening intensely to the ward councillors when it comes to council later this month. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Celeste. So let me set the timer for myself. Yeah. So I also will not support this, but I come at it from a slightly different perspective. It's mainly in respect to density and ensuring that there at least is some consistency, some in keeping with the nature of the neighborhood. And I know that but at the same time, we have to be fair to the property owner. They have a piece of property that's under the official plan residential. And this property is a little unique in the sense that it's very deep. So if you did the standard single family residential, which would be 2-story homes consistent with the neighborhood, you'd end up with, sounds like about 6 lots, but they'd be extremely deep, like 200 feet plus deep, which is really wasteful of land, and land's pretty scarce now in our city, and you have to make good use of the land. So certainly, so then I look to the surrounding neighborhood and surrounding area. I actually live on Glenwood Drive, so I know the area quite well. And certainly Johnson Road and that subdivision, that particular area is primarily single family residential. Garden Ave is a much more mixed use, as is some of the surrounding neighborhoods on Gray Street. You have, of course, on Colburn Street, you have a mix, but Colburn Street is an intensification corridor, and so you have apartment buildings there, plus townhouses, plus condominiums that are really single family homes. I live on Glenwood Drive. I live in a condominium where it's really single family homes that are really very close together to make good use of the land. So when I look at this particular lot, it strikes me that the typical planning, which would have single family lots, would be pretty wasteful of the land. You'd end up with these huge backyards that would be wasteful. But I look at 3-story stacked townhomes, and although we put them in elsewhere in the city where they're either in intensification corridors or on streets where there already is kind of a mix of townhouses and whatnot. I don't recall us doing it similar to Johnson Road, where there is pretty much nothing but single family residential. So I think my preference would be a density that similar to some of the condos in that area of the city, where you'd have an internal roadway and you might have 9 or 10 single family homes, but you're able to do that because you're making use of the back area of the lot by an internal roadway, similar to other developments that you see along Colburn Street and Glenwood Drive. Or alternatively, just standard townhomes that would be about 2 stories so that they would not be higher than the surrounding single family homes. So long and short of it is that I also agree that I'm not prepared to support this application as it is. And yes, it'd be great to hear from the ward councillors. They're not here, but we've got to make a decision. And so for slightly different reasons, and primarily having to do with density and maintaining consistency in the neighborhood, I'm not going to support it either. So anybody want to speak a second time? No? Let's call a vote.
Item 4.2 fails on a recorded vote of 0 to 3. Those opposed to the motion are Mayor Davis, Councillor Sless, and Councillor McCreary.
All right, so members of the committee, because the Planning Act requires us to state out reasons when we're refusing an application, I'm going to need a motion setting out the reasons for the refusal of this particular application. It can be, deviates from zoning bylaw, it can be not in keeping with the city's official plan, which is not, but not consistent with good land use planning, offends the character of the neighborhood, level of intensification not appropriate, will generate increased traffic flow. I mean, we know the kinds of reasons we can give. I need a member of the committee, please, if you can move, and the other second resolution that says this has been not approved for XYZ reasons. Yes, Councillor McCreary.
My thought, Mayor, is that we would defend our decision by indicating that thank you. That the level of intensification is not appropriate. The development offends the character of the neighborhood and will generate increased traffic flow in a manner not supported by council.
All right. Councillor Sless, can you second that?
Yes, I can, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I'll call then for a debate on the resolution confirming the reasons why we've not approved this application. Any debate?
I suggest we go to the vote.
All right, let's go to the vote.
The motion to refuse the application for item 4.2 carries on a recorded vote of 3 to 0. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sless, Councillor McCreary.
All right, so that completes item number 2, and we still have 2 more items to deal with. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with item 4.3, which I think we'll be able to deal with within probably about 45 minutes. Then we'll take a lunch break and then we'll come back and deal with the fourth item. So we're on a 10-minute break. So Councillor Celeste, if you could come back. Now you're really ready to get down to where Councillor Celeste, you're taking your jacket off.
Gonna get ugly.
All right, so we'll now move into item 4.3, which is an application for zoning bylaw amendment, PZ 1023, 346 Shellard Lane. So if the applicant would please come forward. I believe we have Dominic, or there's a few of you. Representatives from the Grand Area District School Board and also the AJ Clark and Associates. So if you please identify yourselves and tell us who you are.
And Council Mayor Davis, I'm Rafael Wazinski, Superintendent of Business for the Grand Area District School Board. I'm excited to bring some details of this project forward to the committee.
I'm excited you're here.
Good morning, Dominic Menicia, former manager of facilities at Grand Area District School Board, current consultant for the design team.
Thank you. And I'm Doug Giles. I'm planning consultant with AJ Clark.
So who's going to be talking?
Thank you. I'll start off.
Okay.
Thank you for having us today. Obviously, we're here in support of the zoning bylaw amendment for 346 Shellard Lane, which is an elementary school and combined community facilities. If you could put it to the next slide, please. We'll pass that one. And what we're going to do is a few of us are going to be speaking right now. So I'll pass it over to Raf, who will do the introduction.
Thank you, Doug. So this is a landmark community facility. To give you some historical background, I believe this first made its appearance as a potential concept in 2012. And finally, when Grand Area District School Board looked at the projected strong growing population in Southwest Brantford, an application was submitted to the Ministry of Education's Capital Priorities Branch for an elementary school joint build with the City of Brantford and the Brantford Public Library for a school in Southwest Brantford to address that projected growing population. However, the ministry at that time determined that there was not enough population there currently and deferred the application towards another year, at which point we did apply in 2019 again. And finally, Grand Area received an award for an elementary school in this area in 2020. We've now been spending the last 2.5 years designing an exciting facility that incorporates many modern amenities, but also it is a partnership of will be a partnership of 4 organizations. It'll be the Grand Area District School Board, for the elementary school, the Brantford Public Library for a 13,000 square foot library service with Grand Area. There'll be a rec center component, and as well, there'll be a childcare attached to the building as well. This is going to be an amazing facility, and I believe that this area of town needs it. We are growing rapidly. We are in a very precarious position, as not only is there a holding boundary for the residents in that area, where their students are currently going to Edith Montour, but Edith Montour was declared full, I believe, a couple of years ago, and students have been going to Agnes Hodge since. On a report brought to Grand Area District School Board in June of 2023, the second holding boundary school, Agnes Hodge, has also been declared full, and now resident students that are going to be going to this new school are now being redirected to Bellevue. So we do have students in the area now going to 3 schools, and we just want to highlight the critical point that we want to be able to get this school up and built for September 2025. Thank you. Next slide. So you can see it does contain these 4 elements: the elementary school, the childcare center, the library, and the rec center. And I'm just going to go through a few images of the proposed design and where we are today. Next slide. So this is the library and school entrance. So this is the view from Shellard Lane. If you haven't seen these images before, I believe they've only been posted or shared with counselors once, as well as through a Grand Area presentation in the late spring. Next slide. This would be the elementary school and the bus lane. Next slide. And this is a view of the external play areas as seen from the rear of the facility. If you look at the left side of the image, that's where the childcare will be. You can kind of see fencing to the left near the trees. That's the childcare playpen, the childcare next to it, the rec center, and then the school to your right with the library to the far left. Next slide, please. I'd like now to pass it over to Dominic to talk about the design and coordination of this project.
Thank you, Ralph. The project's approximately size is 7.2 acres, and it's carved out of the city's own land of the Southwest community of 116 acres. The property will be a joint ownership between the city of Brantford and Grand Erie. The school and childcare design meets the ministry requirements of education. There is a space template that details the amount of classroom sizes and sizes of all rooms for the facility. The project design team has been established back in the fall of 2020. So we received the announcement of funding for this exciting project from our ministry. And now we're working towards 3 years of detailed design completion of this project. So the team includes, as Ralph mentioned, the 4 major stakeholders. And then about a year ago, we brought on our ZES architects to the project, Collier's project managers, and AJ Clark, our planning consultants. So through presentations, discussions, and collaborations of various scenarios, site orientations, the best potential site was chosen unanimously by all the stakeholders to interact with the other outdoor activities that this Southwest community will be provided in the future. Next slide, please. The elementary school will be home to 690 occupants, 651 students, 104 which will be enrolled in kindergarten, 18 in special ed, and about 529 in elementary grades. The recreational center will house 150 seated spectators. And when the school gyms opened, it will also be able to accommodate up to 300 seated spectators. The recreation center has a multi-purpose hall that could host 60 patrons. There's a youth space, meeting room, offices, and other support center in the recreation center. The library can accommodate 130 patrons, and it features modern computer rooms, private study rooms, programming, and various collections for learning environment. And that's part of a shared use with Grand Erie. And the childcare will have a total occupants of about 76 children. And the total build is about 108,000 square feet. 6,000 of those square feet is in a penthouse for the mechanical room up on the roof. Next slide, please. Sustainability. So the project will meet the sustainable goals of the city of Brantford and Grand Erie. We did a detailed Enbridge Saving by Design program, and a grant will be awarded. The building meets the high standards of energy conservation. So to achieve that standard, they have to build a building 25% better than code. And after we added up all the saving opportunities and design features, we're well over the 40% mark. So the site orientation, the materials, the envelope design, glazing, placement, lighting, HVAC operations was all thought of as far as energy efficiency, the mechanical and electrical systems as well, and designed to be net zero ready. Very key feature that most of the stakeholders or all the stakeholders wanted to see, want to be able to future convert the building either by using solar or geothermal systems to meet the increasing need of energy conservation and greenhouse gas reduction. The building envelope was also effectively used with R-value insulation for the roof and walls, as well as low E double glazed airtight curtain windows. Next slide, please. The building design is basically in front of you. This is location of Strickland Avenue's location of the two-story brick building. And the gymnasium is two-story at the back, and the child care center is one-story brick building at the back of the building. Next slide, please. The library entrance is located along Shellard Lane, and it's a prominent component of the facility, and it's clad with silver metal composite panels, fritted double glass units, which provide an elegant presence along Shellard Lane. Next slide, please. Recreation Center is a multi-purpose room, similar clad design features with the eastern entrance along Shellard Lane. The interesting components of all these is the shareability of, and that's why when we received funding from the Ministry of Education for the childcare and the school, one of the key drives was the shareability. We're sharing space in the gymnasiums, we're sharing space in a library as well, and we're sharing recreation space too. Next slide, and turn it over to Doug.
Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Thanks. Now we will get into the planning component of the presentation. So the reason we're bringing this zoning bylaw amendment forward is basically to rezone the land as a major institutional. And what this will do is this will bring it into conformity with the city's official plan. You can see the map here. The blue spot there is the designation in the official plan, which is a major institutional designation. As alluded to before, this site was considered for this use, and it's in the staff report starting back in 2011. So this designation has been in place. We're just bringing the zoning bylaw into conformity with the official plan. In terms of the design of the building, what we're doing is seeking two variances. One is for a 4-meter setback along Shellard Lane, and the other is for a reduced number of on-site car parking spaces. But this is an unusual site because, as you can see in the designation here, the lighter green area to the immediate north is an open space zone. Open space designation. This whole area is like a campus setting where the combined community facilities and area to the north are going to be playing fields. So they're all sort of like an integrated community development, which is important in terms of the remainder of the parking for this area. Next slide, please. So if we look at the zoning bylaw requirements, this is a list of what is going to be met.
Sorry, Mr. Giles, I've got to interrupt you because you've hit 11 minutes. So I'll just tell the two committee members, I'm going to, unless anybody objects, extend this presentation for as long as it takes so they can complete the presentation. We can ask any questions we have. So not seeing any objections, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Time goes by fast sometimes. So as you can see, in terms of all of the zoning provisions, this multi-use building, it meets all of the requirements of the zoning provisions bar 1, which is the setback along Shellard Lane. And I will explain what that impact is. Next slide, please. What the setback looks like, this is an image, and the red is basically the property line. And you can see where that circle is down at the bottom. That's the 4-meter setback along Shellard Lane. The required setback is actually 7.5 meters. But in terms of the 4-meter setback, it doesn't really have a significant impact on the site or the presence on the street due to the position of the site, the slope of the land, and the building design, which has all been considered in the design group that was looking at the proposal. And actually, the selected design of the building does provide a presence along Shellard Lane. In the urban design manual, one of the requirements of a major institutional facility like this is to actually provide a landmark building. And as you've seen in the images, that is what has been provided. And the emphasis of the design is along Shellard Lane, which is which we'll show again in some of the images. And this design also, you see the area sort of to the northeast of the image. That's those, as will be seen, those are playing fields, and they extend to the other playing fields. They create sort of a link to the other playing fields to the north of the site. Next slide, please. So in terms of the position of the site, this is the location of the site along Shellard Lane. The site is relatively large, and one of the important features is there are no immediately adjacent buildings that would influence the design of this building. It actually provides the conditions necessary for creating a landmark building, something that is going to stand out, something that's going to be a prominent feature. And people know when they come into this area, they'll sort of know that they're entering this area because of this building. It also represents a campus setting consisting of education, learning, and recreational facilities. And again, the darker green areas to the immediate north of the site are part of what is known as the Southwestern Sports Complex. So it really is sort of like a community hub of activities focusing on recreation, learning, and education. Next slide, please. In terms of the slope of the land, you can see here there's an image of slope of the land and up in the sort of northwest section. Where Shellard Lane and Strickland Avenue meet is the highest point of the land, and you can see that it slopes down towards the bottom of the property, and that's about a 4-meter drop. And that 4-meter drop is basically along Shellard Lane and diagonally across the property. In terms of the design of the building, you can see in the image on the right, there were a number of options for how the building would be oriented. Based on the conditions of the site, this is the orientation chosen for the building. And as you can see, what it does is it creates a corridor down the center of the building where all of the uses within the building are accessible. The library is fronting Shellard Lane, which is the prominent feature. The school is set back. The building sort of protects the play areas at the back of the property. And you can see because of the way the building is designed, the parking lots are separated so that it basically tries to direct parking to a number of areas across the site rather than having the traffic focused coming into one area. This also provides ease of access at the two main entrances of the building. Next slide, please. This is basically what that setback and the building profile looks like along Shellard Lane. And you can see as you move from left to the right of the site, the dropping of the site, and the height of the building actually follows the pattern of the site. So you don't have any area of building that's actually extremely prominent. Just as a reminder, for the zoning that's being selected, there is a potential, I think, for a 4-story building, but this has basically kept to a maximum of 2 stories, and you're not actually achieving a full 2 stories along Shellard Lane. Next image, please. And again, to remind you what this setback looks like, if we go to the next image. This, again, is the setback along Shellard Lane. You can see because of the spaces around the building, it isn't it doesn't dominate, but it does provide a presence along Shellard Lane. And if you go to the next slide, again, we've seen this, but this just shows you again, if you look at the dropping of the site and how the building is articulated to match the site. Up above on that, on the roof there, that's where there will be an outdoor seating area for the library. And just above the curved area is going to be part of a green roof. Next slide, please. In terms of parking, that's the other provision that we are looking at. For the zoning bylaw, the parking requirements that have been calculated under the zoning bylaw require 210 parking spaces. On this site, we're actually proposing to provide 136 parking spaces, with the remainder to be provided on the adjacent sports complex. And I'll show you an image of what that might look like. But as you can see by this chart, we've met the required number of parking spaces for the elementary school, the library, and the childcare center. For the recreation center, we're only able to provide 66 parking spaces on site, with the remaining 74 provided on the adjacent sports complex. Next slide, please. And to show you what this parking distribution looks like, I know it's a bit hard to see. If you look on the image at the right, there's three basically predominant parking areas. The one on the top left provides 45 spaces. The one on the bottom left provides 45 spaces. And over to the right, 46 spaces. The 46 spaces over to the right is where the entrance for the childcare center and the recreation center is. Over to the left is the area where the entrance to the library is, and a separate entrance to the elementary school. Again, the thing about that we'd like to emphasize about the design is the way the corridor has been designed between the entrance to the library and the entrance to the recreation center on the right. They're like bookmarked entrances. So you can access you can go through either of those entrances and access all of the facilities. So the idea is you can from the two parking lots on the left-hand side, you can access the recreation center, which is on the right-hand side by going through the entrance of the library. The image down in the bottom left just shows a conceptual image of how the school site fits within the broader context of the sports complex. The sports complex will consist of predominantly of outdoor playing fields, but you can see a conceptual design of the parking lots for those sports complex, and see that a lot of the parking will be provided directly adjacent to the school site, which is why we think it's appropriate that the additional 74 spaces are provided within that site, the sports complex. Next, please. Another important thing to consider is when you look at parking, and parking is sometimes a challenging thing. In facilities like this, where there's a number of facilities that are going to be co-located, and where different facilities are going to be used at different times, the actual zoning bylaw doesn't consider this. The zoning bylaw just basically considers one use, and it assumes that all of that parking will be for that use. The city of Brampton actually conducted a parking study for the entire area, including the sports complex and the community facility that we're presenting today. And there was a number of findings in there. And what they did was they looked at the operation of each facility at peak times and determined what the potential peak parking that would be generated across the site. What they found, these are some of the conclusions. They're not all of them, but they're the main ones, is that 400 parking spaces are proposed to be provided across the entire site, including 136 spaces for the community center, library and school and childcare, and 264 spaces for the parklands, which is the sports complex. They've actually, in their calculations, calculated that the bylaw requirements for parking is 199. some of the calculations that they did looking at peak times of the different uses on site came out and said that in terms of the largest sort of number of parking requirements they found at peak times, it would, during the weekday parking, the demand would be 396 spaces across the site and an estimated peak weekend demand of 286 spaces. In conclusion, what they said is based on the findings, it is recommended that 389 parking spaces be provided to support all of the proposed land uses within this area. So that 389 is slightly under the total 400 that's going to be provided across the two sites. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the design of the Scheller Lane School and multi-use facility has been the result of a very robust, long process that has included a number of different user groups. It will be a landmark building that will provide a diverse range of services to the local and wider community. One of the things is that when this building was being designed, as the design was evolving, they were looking particularly for the recreation center at the facilities available in the city and wanting to make this one that could accommodate provincial sporting facilities. So it's going to actually provide a facility that's going to really benefit the city as a whole. The amendment to the zoning bylaw is consistent with provincial policy in the Brantford official plan. The variances that are being requested are minor considering the context of the site, and our recommendation is that the zoning amendment, bylaw amendment should be approved. Thank you very much. We're happy to take any questions.
Councillor McCurry.
Mayor, thanks. Welcome, guys. I presume when you said City of Brantford, you meant City of Brampton, you meant City of Brantford. You didn't engage the
yes.
City of Brampton as a
Yes.
consultant, right?
Sorry.
The tournament, Jim, it's going to be suitable for provincial volleyball and all those sports?
Correct. Yeah, when they were looking at it, they were looking at basketball, volleyball as the primary provincial sports that we
You alluded to something called fritted glass. What is that? FRITTED.
Through the mayor to the councillor, fritted glass is similar to double E glass, but it has dots on it so that wildlife doesn't fly into it.
Beauty. Energy efficiency payback period?
Well, currently it depends on once once the system currently goes through to either geothermal or solar. So our current design period, the high efficiency rating of the mechanical system is I don't have the exact payback, but that's something we can certainly ask the consultants to take a look
Yeah, that'd
at.
be interesting to learn what the payback is using the current method of, I presume you're heating with natural gas, clean natural gas.
Correct.
That's your plan, right? Yeah. The population of 529 elementary and 104 kindergarten kids, is that the typical Brantford school size for GED SB elementary?
It is for the specific site. We have a number of schools that have been built over the last number of decades. We have schools ranging from a capacity of 300 all the way to 700.
Okay, so it's the average, I guess. Who operates the daycare?
The daycare will be operated or a partner that is yet to be determined.
Okay, so be like a third party, wouldn't necessarily be city. Well, it wouldn't be City of Brantford. So
That would be correct, but we'd
somebody
be
like
working with,
YMCA maybe. Yeah.
correct. We would be working with the city of Brantford. in
And
this.
is the 2-story elevation for elementary school now your standard?
With respect to building standards, we are looking to build schools in the 500 to 600 range. So 2 stories is likely going to be more common than not in our builds.
Elevator?
Yes.
What happens when the elevator breaks? They all go on strike?
Do we have just one at the site?
Yeah, there's only one proposed for the sites, but there's also stairwell corridors at either end.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, guys, very much. Good presentation.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome, gentlemen, and appreciate the overview. It was, it looks like an exciting project. Just, I think Councilor McCreary covered most of what I had on my mind. The one thing that's a pet peeve of mine, and I'm sure every councillor in the city, and that is the drop off and pickup zone at the school. How do we get those cars off the street onto the property, safely disembark or load, I guess, at the end of the day, and get them back out onto the street and on their way without plugging up streets?
I can answer that question. So along the east-west road laneway, which hasn't been developed, that separates the school site and the multi-use site from the sports park, there's proposed parent drop-off and pickup location there for cars, a lay-by, as you would call it. And that gets them off of Strickland Avenue, because Strickland Avenue, we're proposing the bus drop-off to be located on Strickland Avenues to separate vehicle traffic with the bus traffic. So it'll be two different locations.
Is the size of this drop-off, or you gave it another name, but for me, it's a drop-off and pickup zone. Is that of a size that will accommodate 500 or 600 kids coming and going from school without plugging up the neighboring streets?
Currently, it's designed for around 10 parking spaces or stopping spaces, drop-off spaces. So as parents pull up and drop off, they would move along and then out, and then, you know, the next wave. And parents do come at different times, you know, for drop-offs for various reasons as well.
Okay. Yep, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I think I've got a couple of questions. Well, I agree with previous two councillors. This is very exciting. We've been waiting a long time for this. I think I attended the ribbon cutting 2 years ago, 3 years ago. When do you expect you'll have shovels in the ground, assuming this is approved?
We're hoping to have shovels on the ground late fall. But it's really subject to the approval of the zoning bylaw and the approval of the site plan application, which both are into the city.
Right.
The community's been waiting a long time for this project.
Been waiting a long, long time. When do you think, assuming that construction can start the end of the year, probably more likely in early into the new year, how long do you think it'll take before you're cutting a ribbon at the school opening?
A typical school build is, you know, anywhere from 12 to 18 months. This is a multi-use facility, much larger. Our project managers, Colliers, it also depends on who you have as general contractor. They make the world of a difference. So, but typically, you know, 18 to 22 months is something of this size. So that's why it's imperative that we start before the year's end is over.
Potentially the fall term of 2026, maybe before that, but depending on, as you said, in a lot of variables. So
no, did you want to comment, Ralph?
Yeah, just to correct, our intended target opening date for the school is September 2025.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a tight construction schedule. Hopefully you can do it. Some questions about the gym. So most of our experience with these joint facilities, of course, is Brandlin. And that's a little more complicated because we have both boards involved and the city. This is simpler. It's one board and the city. How do you see the gym? So the gym will have a folding wall in the middle, kind of similar to Brandlin?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. And so during the day, it can be used by both the school and for city recreational purposes. Right.
That's correct.
And then if you have a large school or large city event, you can go the entire length of the gym area. And if you opened up the wall down the middle, that'll then be a regulation basketball court for provincial competitions?
Yeah, my understanding is there will be possibly 2 basketball courts. The size around them is to accommodate spectators. So yes, they will be regulation in size. And I think they are 2. There's 2 of them.
Sure. And what will the floor consist of? Have you gone that far in your detailed design?
It would be a hardwood floor that's standard for that type of use for volleyball or basketball.
Right. Any way of putting any other sport in there? Indoor sport?
Such as?
Pickleball.
Probably. Yeah, you can fit pickleball courts in there.
Yeah, there are game lines being designed for pickleball as well.
The lines can get pretty confusing if you do too many. Yeah. All right. Well, it's very exciting, and I don't want to get down to too far into the weeds, but great to have a little more information, detailed information about what the residents in the Shellard Lane area can look forward to with the school, library, and recreation center and daycare. Not to mention the park area and what we're doing there as well. So, Councillor Curry.
Mayor, thank you. And today's schedule of events has led us down many rabbit holes, unplanning related, and I'm pleased to see the mayor's allowance of great latitude in these matters today. So I have 2 more questions for you. And I'm thinking because we had an issue with Brand Lane related to volleyball, and there was a problem with the lighting. So can we make sure that the lighting is suitable for the folks that are actually playing the games in there and not like it is in here, which is blinding? And second question, what day do you expect to be back here seeking a similar approval for the West Brant High School?
For clarity, Grand Area is not currently building a high school. That is the Catholic Board.
I'm well aware of that. I'm asking you when you're going to be back here seeking approval for your West Brant High School.
I believe that it's at least 5 years away.
Okay. Do you have any sort of provincial?
I'm going to rule that out of order. It's in no way related to this application. So I'm not going to let it go that far. So I'm ruling that question out of order.
So if I understand correctly, then
it's ruled out of order. It's ruled out of order. So let's move on. So thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll now move on to staff.
I don't believe I said I was finished.
Well, we're going to move on to staff now. We've gone 35 minutes of presentation. I'm deeming that's long enough. So let's move on to staff, please. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
So we have to speak to this, we have Pasha.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say a big thank you to Doug and his team for the very detailed presentation. And I also want to give a thanks to the mayor and councillors that are listening today as well. I'll try not to be too repetitive, though I do have to cover some things that were already covered. So we are here for the 346 Shellard Lane rezoning application. Next slide, please. All right, so as previously discussed, the amendment that we're here today will facilitate the construction of an elementary school, as well as a child care center, a recreation center, and a library. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview of the site here. So they are located on the northern portion of Shellard Lane, approximate area of 106 acres, 429,000 square meters, and approximate frontage of about 363 meters along Shellard. And as you see in the photo, the lands are currently vacant. Next slide, please. So this is the site plan on screen here. So it details the proposed development, which again is the school, childcare center, recreation center, and library. As Doug had mentioned in his presentation, for future site context, east of the subject lands is the proposed joint build project, which will have numerous communities focused uses. For example, pickleball court. soccer field, ball hockey court, and cricket field as well. Again, that will be handled through separate application and is not part of the application today. I just wanted to provide a bit of context. Next slide, please. So the lands are designated as major institutional as per the official plan. And the application was evaluated with respect to the provincial policy statement, growth plan, and the official plan, in which staff had determined that the proposed development does conform. Next slide, please. So the existing zoning is PUD1, which is Plan Unit Development Type 1 zone. And just a quick note that the neighborhood meeting component was waived in consultation with the ward councillors, and there are no public comments received to date. Next slide, please. So this might get a little bit repetitive here. The proposed development does require site-specific provisions, which will allow for the reductions that Doug had previously discussed. Next slide, please. So some just development considerations here I wanted to touch on will include the parking, the minimum exterior side yard, the permitted uses, and urban design. So as was mentioned previously, the recreation center does have a parking deficiency. They're proposing approximately 55 spaces, whereas as per the bylaw regulations, 130 would be required. It had been indicated previously that the proposed reduced parking for the recreation use will be supplemented through the Southwestern Sports Complex. That's the adjacent build, where there'll be an additional 74 parking spaces there. It should be noted that the provisions for parking for the other uses of the elementary school, library, and childcare center have been met. In regard to the exterior side yard, so as was previously mentioned, 7.5 meters is required for elementary schools, whereas 4 meters is proposed. The applicant's presentation stated that the proposed exterior side yard reduction is not anticipated to have any negative impacts on the landscaped area or any of the other proposed uses. And again, all other setback provisions under the bylaw have been met. So just to sort of conclude the slide here, so the I3 zone that's before us today does permit elementary schools, secondary schools, post-secondary schools, day nurseries, etc. And again, the rezoning will facilitate site-specific zoning to the I3 exception 8 zone, which will permit the uses and will allow for the proposed reductions. And then lastly, just quickly about the urban design guidelines. As previously stated, there will be numerous environmentally friendly design features that have implemented, such as the double glazed airtight windows, I believe they're called fritted glass, a green roof, as well as electric vehicle charging stations and high efficiency HVAC equipment and solar panels. Next slide, please. So just a brief conclusion here. So the zoning bylaw amendment application is consistent with the provincial policy statement and is in conformity, with the growth plan and the official plan. And that would conclude my presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. We do have a couple of questions. Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Tasha, the proponent, the school board is wanting to get started this fall and they have their paperwork into the city. Is there any reason they won't have the ability to proceed this fall?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the zoning application is here before you today. Anticipating that it is approved. They do have a site plan application, as was previously mentioned, that is currently with the planning department. We are working with them for that approval. For the site plan application, we are bound by the provincial timelines for that, which is a 60 to 90 day turnaround for either conditional approval or full approval. So we are working towards those guidelines. The longest that the site plan is anticipated would be the 90-day window, but we are aiming to get that through as soon as possible, given the construction timelines.
Can I take that as yes, they would be able to start this fall?
Sorry, yes, I rambled. That's correct.
That's okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Want to add anything to that, Joe? You popped up there.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Davis, for noticing that to the Councillor Sluss. We are, as Tasha says, working diligently with Doug and his team and the school board to prioritize this review, understanding their occupancy deadlines and the need for the school at this site. So meeting those timelines and trying to expedite where we can will definitely be a priority. So we will endeavor to get them to that finish line as soon as we can.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, thank you, Tasha. That was very helpful. So we'll now move to the public. We've had no one register virtually to speak to this. So I will ask if there's, so we'll now open the floor to any member of the public who's present to speak to this matter. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak to this matter in support of or in opposition, now is your chance to come forward and speak to that. I'll ask a second time if there's any member of the public who's present today that would like to speak to this matter, either in opposition to or in support of. Now is your opportunity to come forward and speak to this matter. And for the third and last time, if there is any member of the public who is present today that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition, now is your last time to come forward and speak. So I'm not seeing any member of the public wanting to come forward. The public meeting is now closed. And we do have a resolution, draft resolution prepared by staff. And Lisa, yeah. Oh, sorry. So long. The applicant, you have 5 minutes to clarify, so the public meeting is not yet closed. And if you want to come forward and provide any clarification, no, didn't think so. Okay. Public hearing is now closed. So we'll move into the resolution. And Lisa, you can just put that up, please. So that's to approve the zoning bylaw amendment, moved by Councillor McCurry, seconded by Councillor Sluss. Discussion. Seeing none, call the vote.
Item 4.3 carries on a recorded vote of 3-0. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sluss, Councillor McCurry.
All right, so we have one item left on the agenda and we're now 12:30. So we're going to take a half-hour break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. So Councillor Sluss, are you there? Are you out there? Good. Well, so we'll reconvene the planning committee meeting. We have one item left, which is item 4.4, zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1921 29T 21505 in relation to 101 Burkett Lane, and PZ 2021 29T 21506, which is in regards to 91 Burkett Lane. And I understand we have Corporate Land Strategies here, and is it Nick Wood? Yeah, Nick, to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. My name is Nick Wood. I'm with Corporate Land Strategies. We're the planning consultants working on behalf of the applicant, who is Cache Developments Limited. I'm joined today by Marcus Gigliardi, representing Cache as well. Next slide, please. At the onset, I would like to just, as we've been listening in on the rest of the items earlier on in the agenda, I just wanted to preemptively add that Cache, as well as the other landowners working together, have met with the ward councillors on several occasions. Today's presentation it is going to include kind of a brief overview of the location and property description. I'd like to provide a little bit of background on the site, as well as the overall context of the subdivisions here. Speak to a little bit of some of the coordination that the various landowners in this area have been undertaking. Provide some details on the proposed development, details on the planning policy, as well as the zoning bylaw. Get into some of the proposed zoning amendments, as well as some of the details on the site-specific zoning. And then provide some context too on the additional planning approvals that are associated with this file, and then wrap it up, hopefully. Next slide, please. As you can see from the image in front, the property consists of two parcels. They're referred to both in the staff report as well as this presentation as phase 2 and phase 3. Phase 2 is municipally addressed as 101 Burkett Lane and is located at the eastern portion of the site, whereas phase 3, municipally addressed as 91 Burkett Lane, is located at the western portion of the site. The total site area is approximately 7.2 hectares and just shy of 18 acres. Burkett Lane and Erie Avenue are located, the intersection of Burkett Lane and Erie Avenue are located to the southeast of the site. Currently, the subject property is occupied by agricultural and sparse vegetation. Next slide. Just a little bit of background. There is some history to the site. Phase 2 received draft plan approval in February 2006 for a residential subdivision consisting of single detached dwellings. Since that time, there's been obviously some additional work on the stormwater management requirements. Policies within the official plan identify the proximity to the Grand River, and as such require additional level of analysis to ensure stormwater management practices are completed before the construction of the full build out of the site. So because of that, several of the landowners who we refer to as the SPA2 landowners have gotten together to commence work on a comprehensive stormwater management report, and that was done in coordination with city staff and staff at the GRCA in 2009. Through several rounds of revisions and in correspondence with the GRCA and the city of Brantford, it was eventually adopted by the GRCA on November 23rd, 2020, and then by the city on February 23rd, 2021. Moving on from that, the city of Brantford entered into a contribution indemnity agreement with the landowners in March 2021 for the delivery of stormwater management infrastructure on the southeast of Burkett Lane and Erie Avenue, and which is necessary for the overall development of the subdivision. In coordination with city staff, the SBA landowners have advanced what we refer to as master planning documents, which effectively represent a block plan light, I guess, level detail. And this includes master transportation, master servicing reports to kind of assess the site as well as the broader area in a more comprehensive and integrated fashion. The group also in advance held a community consultation meeting in June 2021, which was attended by several members of the public. I think the attendance at that meeting was around 95 people. The applications were made shortly thereafter for phases 2 and 3 and were deemed complete in January 2022. We've made several resubmissions to respond to some of the comments over the review period, and have made some good updates to advance this proposal. Next slide, please. This again further expands on the some of the information that I was just speaking to in the last slide. As mentioned, the SBA 2 landowners, which this image to the left of the slide illustrates, shows the subdivisions that have participated in the analysis of this area. And they have worked together, as mentioned, to conduct master servicing, master transportation plans, a comprehensive stormwater management plan. Also, given the location of the site and the elevation of the site, fill will be required here. So coordination with the city on a site alteration permit. They've coordinated and consulted with the Six Nations of the Grand River, the HDI, and Survivor Secretariat. They've looked at intersection and right-of-way location, as well as the technical requirements and functions, particularly at the extension of Dover Avenue, as well as the right-of-way needs and requirements for Erie Avenue and Burkett Lane. And then also looked at some of the more legal instrument side of things. Given that the GRCA owns the dike, requirements for easements are necessary, as well as requirements from the city are necessary too. So that was comprehensively investigated. Next slide. The proposed image in front of you is the proposed draft plan or a conceptual plan in which the zoning bylaw amendment before the committee is based on. As you can see, the subdivision consists of predominantly single detached units of around 32.7 feet in width. That's illustrated in yellow. Dover Avenue, as illustrated to the west of the site, is proposed to be extended from the current cul-de-sac through the property and will bend at Street B, and then 2 accesses onto Burkett Lane are proposed. This road network has been coordinated with the other landowners, particularly the landowner to the north of the site, to ensure adequate access and appropriate connections. As you can imagine, with the dike located to the abutting west, access has been proposed to be provided on there for the residents of the site. In addition to the single detached dwellings, a medium density block is proposed to to the immediate or to the southwest of this site. It's important to note that the medium density block will be subject to a future site plan application. However, this zoning bylaw amendment includes provisions that establish the development standards for that block as well. It's important to note, I think, that all single detached dwellings will have access to a double car garage as well as double car driveways. And I think that that's a particular issue facing Brantford. So one that we've taken into consideration greatly. And further, access to road access from the property to the south is proposed to be coordinated as well. Next slide. This is a high-level summary of the basic site statistics. As mentioned, the site area is 7.2 hectares approximately. We're looking to propose 142 single detached dwellings, as well as one block of townhouse dwellings, which consists of 32 units. The unit width of the single detached units are 9.75 meters and are proposed with a height of 12.5 meters. We are still working on the final details of the medium density block, but it's likely to consist of block townhomes as well as back-to-back units. All parking is proposed to be in conformance with the City of Brantford zoning bylaw requirements. As mentioned, the single attached dwellings will have approximately 4 parking spaces of potential. The street or the block and back-to-back townhouses will be designed to ensure sufficient parking within the block. Next slide. This is just quickly examining the applicable policy documents. We start with the provincial policy statement, which require that communities be healthy, livable, and safe, that communities achieve a range and mix of housing uses, that settlement areas are the focus of development and are transit supportive. The proposed development does this. The growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe similarly looks to achieve complete communities which offer a diverse range of housing. That new development is directed to designated greenfield areas and requires and achieves an integrated planning, all of which this proposed development achieves. In reviewing the City of Brantford official plan, the proposed site or the subject property is designated as neighborhood residential and is located within the designated greenfield area, which requires a
Nick, can you move it along? We've hit 11 minutes. So
yes, yeah, I can advance. Next slide, please. The existing zoning is residential type 1B, 15 meter for phase 2 and residential type 1C. Existing zoning for phase 3 is residential medium type A zone. Next slide, please. We're proposing to more or less reorganize, I think, the site in accordance with the plan that's been shared. We're proposing to rezone the site to for 91 Burkett Lane, which is phase 3 and located to the west, to a split zoning of residential medium type A with an exception 88, as well as to the north part for the singles, residential type 1D exception 14. Phase 2 will be zoned entirely residential type 1D exception 14. Next slide, please. The standards proposed for the single detached dwelling include a building height of 12.5 meters, a minimum front yard of 4.5 meters to the dwelling face, as well as 6 to the garage. Interior side yards of 0.6 on the one side and 1.2 on the other. As well as a minimum exterior side yard of 1.8, a minimum front yard landscaping of 30%. Next slide, please. The medium density block looks to expand on the permitted uses to permit block townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, and stacked. It's proposed to be one lot, the entire block, which is customary for condominiums. So in doing so, the lot lines would be established to be, the front would be fronting onto Dover Ave, and then the rear would be to the Burkett. Lot area is 0.5 hectares, and lot width is 100 meters. The side yards would be set against the single detached to its west, and then the buffer block to its opposite west and then east. Front yard landscaping is proposed to be 25%. And a minimum gross floor area would be around 60 square meters per unit. Next slide, please. This just provides a little bit further information on the other processes that are going on concurrently. The applicant is advancing a consent application to sever the phase 2 piece and establish a blanket easement for access. The draft plan of subdivision, which has been processed concurrently, will be brought to a planning committee at a later date for further consideration by planning committee. And the holding provision has been established to address servicing, stormwater management, as well as the conveyance of blocks, ensure that an FSR is prepared to the satisfaction of the city, and that the city received confirmation from the survivor secretariat. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the proposed development is consistent with the PPS and in conformance with the growth plan as well as the official plan. The zoning bylaw standards are seeking minor modifications and which are largely representative of the market conditions and which facilitate the intent of the official plan. They'll deliver a range of residential types and forms to support a multitude of household sizes, as well as ensure access to numerous types of public infrastructure. It has been prepared in support of extensive planning, both on the immediate site as well as the broader area, and is appropriate and represents good planning and should be considered for approval. Thank you.
All right, any questions for the applicant? Councilor McCurry.
Welcome, guys. Would it be safe to assume that the look of this development is going to be like what's already on Erie Ave at Burkett?
That's right.
Okay, and it's so the maximum height is, if I can convert properly, it's somewhere between 40 and 45 feet in height to the top of the roof.
So the intent of the height, given the flood area requirements, we can't have basements. So we want to utilize that additional height to make for a more livable. And
yeah, so the construction is
exactly, yeah,
concrete floor.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay, so if you're not in good shape when you buy it, you will be shortly.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chair. My other question will be for staff. Thanks.
All right, I think that's it, Nick. Thank you very much. Of course, you'll have the right to reply if necessary. So now move into the staff portion. And Casey, waiting patiently all morning. Yeah. First of all, Casey, and this isn't taking up any of your 10 minutes, but I think it's appropriate to acknowledge, I believe this will be the last time you're presenting.
That was the last walk.
It's the last walk. It's not the walk of shame, it's the walk of fame.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, okay. So we all wish you the best in your next endeavors. And
thank you very much.
And thank you very much for your service and providing us with a very high level of planning advice.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Well, as you know, my name is Casey Pongrass. I'm a senior planner with the planning department. Nick Wood did a very comprehensive coverage of this application. So I won't belabor most of the points on my slides because you're well aware of them now. But it is an application that applies to 91 and 101 Burkett Lane. These lands were previously approved for a draft plan of subdivision, the 101 lands. Those plans have since have gone away, and we have a new application before us. The previous plan had 93 single detached lots, and in the second phase, there were 12 in the first phase, which have since been registered. The second phase, as I mentioned, was never registered. So the owners have applied for a new draft plan of subdivision. The original lands contained 93 units. The new plan will contain 115 single detached lots on widths of 9.75 meters. These lots are slightly smaller than what was previously contemplated. And it also includes a portion of 91 Burkett Lane. 91 Burkett Lane is a long property that goes up from Burkett Lane. The applicants are severing off the front portion, and the rear portion will be the ownership will remain with Live Developments. And as Mr. Wood mentioned, that consent application is coming before the Committee of Adjustment in a future date. So in order to facilitate the plan for 142 singles and a block with 32 medium density units, a rezoning application is required for this. There's also a draft plan of subdivision application before us that will come forward at a later date. With respect to the official plan, the lands are designated residential and they are located within a greenfield area in the official plan. The proposal complies with the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and the city's official plan. Singles and multi-unit residential are permitted on these lands. As mentioned, the existing zoning of 101 is floodplain FR1C and FR1B. Those two lots require frontages of 12 and 15 meters respectively. And the flood plan prefix on all of the properties denotes that they're located in the flood zone, prohibits basements and restricts the type of uses that can be located on those lands. The zoning of 91 Burkett Lane is FHR4A. So that permits townhouse dwelling units. So what this application achieves, the lands already have zoning for single detached units and for medium density residential. This just realigns some of the lot lines and some of the uses where they will be located. So the applicant has requested site-specific amendments for the single detached lots for building height, front yard setback, interior side yards, exterior side yard, and the front yard landscaping in the open space. Staff is in agreement with most of the provisions that the applicants requested. There was a request to allow the front yard encroachments to go right up to the street. Planning staff is not in support of that request. However, we are in support of the rest of the requests. With respect, sorry, I forgot to move my slides along. With respect to the townhouse block, the applicants are requesting a floodplain R4A 88 zone, which is site specific for that block. There's also a holding recommended on that. That would permit stacked townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, and block townhouses. They are also requesting some setbacks and provisions site-specific. So a lot of the requests are for the exterior of the property, to the front yard to Dover, to the rear yard to Burkett, to the west, adjacent to the dike, and to the east, adjacent to the existing 12 lots that front on Erie Ave. Or sorry, to the singles that are proposed. Excuse me. There's also a provision included that would establish that the lot line setbacks, lot coverage to the interior block would be established through site plan. So we've included a provision that takes that into account. That reduces the need for establishing all of the setbacks on the pottles individually. Through the circulation of this rezoning application, there were a number of reports that were produced by the applicants. An environmental impact study was submitted. No natural heritage features are affected, and the Grand River Conservation Authority concurs with the results of this report. Cultural heritage information was provided. The applicant has provided clearance from the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Recreation with respect to archaeological clearances. Those clearances will still be required as a result of the draft plan conditions that come forward at a later date. Transportation impact study was conducted. This report has been reviewed by the transportation engineering staff, and they are in support of the application. As mentioned by Mr. Wood, SPA2 lands require a comprehensive stormwater management system for all of the lands. That's also included in the removal of the holding, and it will be a requirement of draft plan conditions at a future date. Through the circulation of this application, a public information session was held by the applicant in 2021. Approximately 95 applicants or residents appeared at that session. It was held virtually at the time. And a notice of public meeting was circulated to those within 120 meters of these lands. To date, no correspondence has been received from the residents. In conclusion, it is staff's opinion that this application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and the city's official plan. It represents intensification within the city's built boundary and will assist in meeting the minimum intensification and density targets of the growth plan. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor McCurry.
Excuse me, Mayor. Thanks, Casey. These floodplain houses, I wonder if you could help me out. Do the furnaces and electrical panels have to be on the second floor?
Through the mayor, there's no mechanical equipment permitted below the regulatory floodplain of the GRCA. So typically that ends up being on the first floor.
Okay, so they're on the first floor.
Yep.
And my other question references something you mentioned in the report, which you can teach me one more thing before you go. What is a double duplex?
So it comes down to the definition of some of our units. A duplex is where the units are divided horizontally, and a double duplex is 2 on the ground floor, 2 on the upper floor, and they're divided horizontally and vertically. So you have 1 unit on the bottom, another unit behind it, and then above that you have the identical units.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure does. Thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too would like to say thanks for all your service, Casey. You were a gem to work with. I always felt comfortable when you were leading the pack. So we're going to miss you for sure. Just a couple of things. One, if you can refresh my memory, the stormwater management ponds that are required here required a multi-party group to come to agreement to be able to make that happen. Am I remembering that correctly?
Through the mayor, that is correct. There's a contribution and indemnity agreement between the landowners in that area to produce a comprehensive stormwater management scheme for this area.
And the city had to buy some land off the GRCA or something and then pass that around. I remember it was a real convoluted thing that I thought would never get done, but apparently it all did. And that's all in place now?
Through the mayor, the agreement is in place. There is an expiration date on that the applicant has had extended and is looking for a further extension. I believe there were some delays in the process, but the agreement is still in place. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I hope you can help me understand the stacked townhouses. In an earlier application, a stacked townhouse was the basement and the first floor were 1 unit, and the second floor and the third floor were the second unit, and they were accessed internally, correct?
Correct. It depends on the definition that you include. We don't have a standard definition in the city, but we have included a definition in these lands. But typically what happens is the first 2 floors are 1 unit. The second 2 floors are another unit. In this instance, the first floor would not be a basement because basements are not permitted. And that's why they've requested the increased height.
So they're going to be 4 stories.
The applicant has requested a maximum of 3 stories for these.
Okay.
But they have requested a height of
the other one
13.5 meters.
In the first instance we dealt with this morning, each unit had 2 floors. And it sounds like in this instance, 1 unit will have 1 floor and 1 will have 2.
Through the mayor, I'm going to have to defer to the applicant on the exact design of that stacked townhouse.
Okay. All right. Yep, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Casey.
All right, well, for the last time, thank you, Casey. So at least we don't have anybody, no one has registered, member of the public is registered virtually. I don't think we have anybody here, but I'll ask 3 times. So we've now reached the portion of the hearing where members of the public can speak to this matter, either in for of or against the application. If you would please come forward. I'll ask a second time. If there's any member of the public that is here today that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition to the application, you should come forward now. And I'll ask for a third and last time. Is there any member of the public that's present today that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition to the application? This is your last opportunity. So we have no one in the council chamber, outside the council chamber, that wants to speak to this. So we'll go back to the applicant. Nick, did you want to take advantage of the opportunity to provide a reply?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and the great question, Councillor Sless. There isn't any plans to do stacked. That was a use added to the zoning bylaw amendment. However, the current design, which again will be advanced at a site plan through a site plan application, is only block townhouses and back to back. So it would just be a single unit with shared on potentially 3 walls with 2 other units. Yeah, and I'm joined by Marcus Cagliardi from Cache Developments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Celeste McCreary. The product that we were contemplating in that block is actually pretty similar to what we've proposed over on Colborne Street. So back-to-back townhouses, not stacked. They would all have 2 parking spaces per unit, as well as some traditional townhouses as well on a condominium road. We're still playing around with the site plan, but no stacked townhouses in there.
So is there anything else you want to add in your right to reply? No? Okay. Does anybody have any other questions for the applicant and his agent? No? All right. Thanks very much. So that concludes the public hearing in this matter. We'll now move to considering the resolution that staff have recommended to us. It's fairly lengthy. Yeah, if you could put the one in with that amended wording, please. So can I get someone to move the resolution? Moved by Councillor McCreary. Seconded by Councillor Sless. Any discussion? Seeing none? Call the vote.
Item 4.4 carries on a recorded vote of 3-0. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sless, Councillor McCreary.
All right, that concludes our business today. We already previously dealt with the 2 items under item number 6, and we don't have any notices of motion. So the meeting is adjourned to September.